Yes, sir. Mr. Badoy, what was the result yesterday about this food?
Yeah, we were told that arrangements have been made, my lord, but this morning we received a message that the accused refused to accept the food parcels that were given to them, and they said they'll eat after the today's proceedings. But the problem was attended to yesterday.
Who attended it? You personally?
No, we phoned Brigadier Gininda and asked him to intervene, and he assured us that to take the matter up with Pretoria Central, that's responsible for preparing the lunch packs, my lord.
Okay. Mr.
I don't know how we're gonna.
So you never consulted your clients about the fact that was food given to them in the evening, in the morning? You don't know what happened?
No, we didn't ask about yesterday, my lord, because preparation were going to be made for today. And when we got to court, we were never informed, like normally in advance, that they were offered food and they refused to take it, my lord.
Thanks. Well, I'll have to just bring that Subramani case, because people think I'm being impossible. Yeah, where's it? Just bring it.
Also, my lord, there I add, I mean, if this is related to the issue of DCS, I do understand that Brigadier Gininda is the overall investigator for this matter, but why does a relevant person from prison who's in charge of nutrition and the like not come to court and tell the court what is happening in relation to that matter?
Well, firstly, we received the message just when we walked in this morning. We didn't anticipate that it will be raised again. But secondly, the message was relayed to the member of the investigating team who went to collect Mr. Ntanzi this morning by the head of prison, my lord.
So how do you handle this, Mr. Counsels for all the accused? How do we handle this? You want to consult with the gentleman here concerning the issue about food, whether they were given food yesterday. Because apparently lunchtime they were not given food. So I don't know whether supper they were given food. I don't even know whether today, Monday, they were given food. And I just want to quote a judgment of this Constitutional Court. It's a judgment by Subramani. Oh, yeah, that judgment, I just want to read the pertinent part because it says that persons in detention are entitled, as a matter of a constitutional right, to be harbored in safe conditions and to be accorded the dignity of being housed in an institution, and they're entitled to food.
As it is the court, my lord. The court shouldn't be really surprised why am I standing when the court is
I'm
talking,
surprised.
because ethically, when the court is speaking, then there should be somebody from the podium, my lord.
Podium.
From the bar, my lord.
Yeah, can I just read this thing? It's not
As
something
it is
very
the
high.
court, my lord. As it is the court.
It's a case of Subramani versus the Minister of Health, KwaZulu-Natal, 1988-1, SA 765, Constitutional Court. The right to health care, Section 27. I'll just read the relevant portion for our purposes. The court noted that the state has a constitutional obligation within its available resources to provide health care as well as sufficient food, water, and social security. That's what concerns us.
As it is the court, my lord.
Yeah.
May
So,
we request a very brief indulgence, my lord, just to confirm with our clients whether or not they've been served with food yesterday and today, and what is the position. I don't think that will take more than 3 minutes, my lord.
okay,
Thank
let's
you.
adjourn then. 5 minutes.
a food issue, it shouldn't really be something that's meant to affect the proceedings, my lord.
Okay.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Khumalo?
Sorry, my lord, as the president,
sorry, yeah.
as the court pleases. My lord, I do confirm on behalf of Mr. Ntanzi that this morning he had something to eat before he came to court, my lord. And the issue is this, my lord, the explanation, in fact, not the issue, that at prison you only eat twice a day. So it's now in the morning and during lunchtime. But
I see.
if you don't want to eat your food in the morning, my lord, you can ask for it to be saved for you in your cell, then you can have it later. But as to nutrition, my lord, he says, and with all the greatest respect, the last 2 weeks they've been eating bread alone, bread and sweet egg, bread and butter, but he's been eating.
Okay. Yes, sir.
My lord, the explanation that I'm getting is that the food parcels that my colleague referred to are just slices of bread, which they were offered. He says he was offered this morning, then he indicated that he was going to eat after the court session. So he has no problem, there's been no problem whatsoever. As I indicated yesterday when the court asked about the direction to take, then I indicated that my instruction was that the matter should proceed. As things stands now, he still says that he is willing to proceed. There is no issue at all regarding food. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Lule?
Thank you, my lord. My lord, I also confirm that it is not true that the accused refused the food parcels yesterday. My lord, the accused number 5 has specifically an arrangement with the officials from Khosi Mampuru that the bread that is provided for him for lunch, it must be kept at the center and then he takes it after lunch. The only food that was not provided yesterday, my lord, is the food that is supplied by SABC. And the SABC had a problem with the kitchen yesterday, my lord. I can confirm that. Thank you, my lord.
Okay, thanks.
Udaba-ke nanjengoba-ke kukhulunywa ngokudla bayizolo-ke ngesikhathi se-lunch ukuthi-ke abameli-ke basho into eyodwa ukuthi nanjengoba nayizolo beshilo ukuthi beniyimisele ukuthi ningaqhubeka kodwa-ke inkantolo yanquma ukuthi cha angeke kwenzeke-ke lokho ukuthi yebo ukudla niyakuthola ekuseni ejele ngaphambi kokuthi nize enkantolo nokuthi futhi-ke uma nibuya futhi nokuthi-ke indaba yama-lunch packs la kuthiwa-ke niwanqabile anivumanga ukuthi niwathathe ukuthi cha abanye beni bayashokha ukuthi-ke banesivumelwano abanaso nalabo-ke abaphethe ejele ukuthi cha ngicela-ke ungigcinele kona-ke ukudla lokhu ngizothi uma ngibuya-ke enkantolo ngikudleke inkinga nje bekuyizolo-ke ukuthi-ke ekhishini nanjengoba kuyiwa amaphoyisa anikeza ngokudla-ke emini ukuthi-ke bebe nenkinga khona lapho kodwa-ke bekungasiyona-ke inkinga enkulu bekuyinto nje yango-1 izolo.
Okay, okay. Yes, let's then start then. Mr. Msipili.
As the court pleases, my lord. Mr. Ntanzi, good morning.
Ngiyabingelela baba. Yes, sir.
Now, before we proceed on where we left off yesterday, I want to go back to the 19th of June, 2020.
Ngaphambi kokuthi siqhubekeke bengicela ukuthi-ke ngibuye nje umuva-ke ngibuyele emuva siye kwi-19 zika June 2020.
And specifically, I want us to go back to the second area after the engine filling station where you say you were taken to, the area with a staircase where you were handcuffed to the rails.
Ngifuna-ke sibuyele-ke kwindawo yesibili-ke le enaya kuyona-ke emuva kokuthi-ke nanisegaraji e-engine kuleya ndawo eney'tebhisi la uthi-ke waboshwa khona ngozangosi.
And yesterday I asked you, at that area, did you see any landmarks, any features, structures and the like? You remember that?
Uzokhumbula noma uyakhumbula yini ukuthi izolo ngikubuzileke ukuthi kukhona yini owakubona ongakusho noma ongachaza kuleya ndawo noma amabhilidi noma nje khona nje wakubona uyakhumbula?
Yeah.
Yes, I do recall.
What is your answer now?
Ithini-ke manje impendulo yakho?
Ithe lapho engangikhona kwasenkantolo la kwakuyindawo emnyama ngoba kwakukhanyisa imoto.
I said, my lord, where I was It was a dark place. The source of light there was the vehicle.
Kodwa uma uvusa ikhanda ubuka nje ubuka nje wangemoto soma ngibuka so. Kuyabona ngathi kuyakhanya ngoba kwakukhona amathanka lana wamanzi.
But when you pick up your head, or when you lift your head and look over there, you would see that there's some light there, because I even saw some water tanks.
Kodwa ngangasondelene neduzane nawo.
But I was not near them.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ntanzi. Now,
Long.
let's move to the area that we started engaging on yesterday, which is the 19th of June, 2020, where you are booked out by Sergeant Mohane at 4:50 a.m. Do you recall that?
Asiyeke manje kuzona 19 zika June 2020, isikhathi ke kwakuyimizuzu eyishumi ke ngaphambi kokuthi ke kushaya ihora lesihlanu ekseni. Uyakhumbula?
Yebo.
Yes.
Can you explain what transpired?
Ungasho ukuthi kwenzekani?
Kosenkantolo ufikile umhane ePru station lapha ngangikhona la. Ngapitola noto pitola moto angazi bathu kwabo.
My lord, Mohane arrived at the police station where I was. I'm not certain whether it was Pretoria North or Pretoria Mid,
Ngoba ngavulelwa ngoyeseleni.
because he's the one that opened the cell.
Wantsheta ngivuka ngigqoka ngavuka ngagqoka.
He told me to get up and get dressed. Indeed, I got up and got dressed.
Ngoba into engangeneke efasteleni iskipa ngavuka ngagqoka iskipa sengifaka ijacket iblue ngangiligqokile.
Because it was only my T-shirt that that was hanging on the window. I already had I had my pants on. I just got the jacket on.
Ngase ngiphuma ke eseleni mangiyophuma ngomnyango lo wesibili obemnyango uthi khona lo wesele khona lo phumele passage.
There are two exits or two doors. There's the cell door, and then there's the second one. So when I was about to exit the second one,
Before ngiphumela lapho sengifaka ama handcuff.
before I got out of that particular one, he had then put on the handcuffs.
Sase samba ngayi passage saphuma lapha epaka khona imoto.
We went out through the passage and to where the vehicle was parked.
Wasekhiyile ngene emaseleni ngaphakathi enomhamba.
He then locked the gate leading into the cells.
Waseke evule emotweni ngangena emotweni phakathi kumabhene khona lapha.
He opened the car, I got inside, and Mabena was inside the vehicle.
Umhane nakangangena emotweni wangena ngaphakathi ngazi umnyango yakuphi lo ngena ngapha.
Mohane did not get into the vehicle. He went inside. I don't know where that particular door was leading to.
Wasebuya ke wangena emotweni ke.
Came back and got into the vehicle.
Wase reverse sesamba.
He then reversed the vehicle and we left.
Ukuthi sasiyakuphi kangazi ke.
As to where we were going, I don't know.
And did you eventually arrive at some destination with Mohane and Mabena?
Ingabe egcineni ke kunala enafika khona wena noMohane noMabena.
Yeah, bekhona indawo esafika kuyo ngoba ne-escort oButhelezi noJonathan angibazi ukuthi basijoyina ngoba ngababona sesingena nabo sasasingena khona.
Yes, we eventually got to a destination because even the guys that were escorting us, the likes of Buthelezi, Jonathan, I don't know where we met them, but when we entered that destination, we entered with them.
Did you eventually get to know the area where you arrived?
Ingabe egcineni wagcina uswazi yini ukuthi kukuphi lapho enafika khona?
Ngizwe sekukhunyelwa khona lapha ecourt nangangazi ukuthi kuphi.
I only heard when it was being mentioned here in court. I didn't know where it was.
And what place did they say it was here
But
in court?
kwakukuphi?
Bathi kuseMorocco Soweto.
They said that it was Morocco in Soweto.
Then explain what happened when you got to Morocco.
Isho ke kwenzekani manifika eMorocco?
Because kanti masifika eMorocco ngoba kune gate before singene egate kwakugcwele abantu babephethe inqwembe becula ingoma lapha la ngaphandle.
Before we could enter, my lord, there was a gate there. There were people standing, picketing or demonstrating outside there because they were having boards or placards, my lord, and singing outside there.
Ngoba escort yayikhona ihamba phambili mo GTI ka Jonathan ehamba Jonathan yangena bavula sangena ngaphakathi.
Because the escort vehicle, the GTI that was driven by Jonathan, was leading. The car entered Then the people made way and we also entered.
Masifika ngaphakathi zafike zapaka imoto khona lapha ngaphakathi.
When we got inside, the vehicles parked.
Ngahlala ke emotweni. Lokhu umkhane ephuma ekhuluma nefoni aphinda abuye naye azohlala ngoba phela bekubanda.
I then remained in the vehicle. Mukhane would go out, speak over the phone, and he would come back into the vehicle as well because it was cold.
Ngoba na escort yayikhona la yayibuye ngiyibona imphandle phinde nabengena emotweni zawo.
Because even the escort guys were there. I would see them standing outside. They would also get back into their cars again.
Okay, then what happened whilst you are at Moroka SAPS?
Kwenzekanike nisese Moroka njalo.
Kosenkantolo ayikho into eyenzakalayo ngoba ngangihlele emotweni akaze ngiphume emotweni.
My Lord, nothing happened because I remained in the vehicle. I never left the vehicle.
Noma ngazi ukuthi sahlala isikhathi esingana ngoba isikhathi ngangena kodwa khona sahlala nje impela.
Although I don't know for how much time we were there, because I did not have time on me or a watch, but we spent quite some time in the vehicle, or I spent some time seated in the vehicle.
During that time, were you taken to an office to meet an officer by Colonel Rapadu?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ingaba wakhishwa yini emotweni wahanjiswa kwihhovisi thizeni la owayohlangana khona nephoyisa uKenel Rapatu.
Akaze ngiphume emotweni kosenkantolo.
I never left the vehicle, my Lord.
Now, EMPD officer Jonathan has testified that on the particular day, on the 19th of June 2020, when you arrived at that destination, which is Moroka, he took you from the Toyota Fortuner and personally took you to the office where you met Colonel Rapadu.
Jonathan, ufakazi wabethula ke phambi kwale nkantolo uthi ke kwaba uyena umuntu owathatha ke kuyona iToyota Fortuner ekhambisa ke kwihhovisi la khona ke wahlangana khona noKenel Rapadu.
Kosenkantolo kulona iqiniso akaze ngiphume emotweni mina sikuleya police station.
My Lord, that's not the truth. I never left the vehicle when we were at that police station.
Sergeant Mukhane as well testified that indeed Jonathan took you from their car and then took you to the office where you met Colonel Rapadu.
uSergeant Mukhane naye ke kubufakazi abethula waseqinisekisa ke lokho ukuthi ngempela kwaba uJonathan owakhipha emotweni yabo ababehamba ngayo wakhambisa kuyena ke uKenel Rapadu.
Akulona iqiniso kosenkantolo.
That's not true, my Lord.
Now, according to the AVL records that were discussed here in court at length, it shows that the Toyota Fortuner arrived shortly after 6 a.m. at Moroka, and it left Moroka at around 11:47 on the 19th of June 2020.
11. Around
11:47.
47. Uma kubukwa ke noma kubhekwa ke umbiko ke wama AVL noma la echaza khona ukuthi imoto ke ehamba kuphi iyasho ukuthi le Toyota Fortuner uma ifika lapha epolice station yaseMoroka kwaku semuva nje ukuthi kushayeke u6 ekseni uma ke ihamba khona lapho kwaku 11:47.
So my question is this: during that time period, from the time the Toyota Fortuner gets to Moroka police station until 11:47, what were you doing with the police all that time?
Manje ke usuka ngaso leso sikhathi leso nilapho kwaze kwayoshaya yena ke u11:47 nanenzani lapha yana namaphoyisa.
Kosenkantolo lapha nasahlele ngoba ngangihlele emotweni bona beya uMukhane aphuma akhulume nefoni aphinda abuye angene kithi emotweni akaze ngiphume emotweni kuleya police station.
My Lord, we were seated there. Mukhane would go out, speak over his phone, and then he would come back. I never left the vehicle.
Okay, then the motor vehicle shows that shortly, the Toyota AVL in fact shows that shortly after that, it then left Moroka police station. Do you recall that? What time you left Moroka police station?
Usiyatshengisa noma uyakhombisa ke lo mbiko loyana ukuthi ke emva kwalokho ke imoto leyana yase iyahamba ke lapha yana eMoroka police station ngabe uyakhumbula yini lokho?
Yabe imoto zahamba kosenkantolo.
Yes, the vehicles left, my lord,
kodwa isikhathi angisibonanga isikhathi ngiyiwashi ngangena.
but I did not see the time because I did not have a watch on me.
But Mr. Ntans, could you say you were there for a long time at Moroka on the morning of the 19th of June 2020?
Kodwa ke mnumzana uNtanzi ungathi nani laphayana isikhathi eside lapha eMoroka.
I'm confused.
Ungathi kwakuyisikhathi eside ni laphayana eMoroka ngaleli langa lelanga i-19 kaJune 2020.
Yebo Nkosi enkantolo sahlala impela ngaphela babebhizi bona ngamafoni befona kube khuluma nabantu abakhuluma ngingazi ukuthi ikhulunywa ngangeza umuntu uyaphuma ukhuluma nefoni akhuluma nefoni aphinde abuye eze emotweni.
Yes, my lord, we spent a long time there because they would be busy on their phones. They would go out. You wouldn't know as to who they were talking to or that particular person was talking to, and then they would come back into the vehicle again.
Now you say the car after 11:47 and indeed confirmed by the AVL records, it left. Do you know where you were taken to?
Nangempela ke uma ngaba umuntu ebuka ke le mbiko leyana we-AVL iyasho ukuthi imoto yahamba, ingabe uyazi ukuthi uma senihamba laphana nahamba naya kuphi?
Ngangazi ukuthi kuyiwa ngaleso sikhathi leso ngoba ngizwe sengizokhona bekhotha amagama endawo la sasihamba ukuthi la kusefosorasi lapha kuphi.
At the time, I didn't know. It's only here in court when the names were being mentioned that I got to know that here it was in Fosloras or that particular place was, that's the name of the place.
And specifically referring to Fosloras, here in court, did you later know the place where you were taken to?
Kakhulukazi ke uma ukhuluma ngayo iFosloras, usulana enkantolo ke wagcina usuwazi ke ukuthi senisukileke lapha niphumile lapha eMoroka ukuthi manje hamba khona nahamba naya kuphi.
Yebo ngizwe sengizwa bekhotha masuka eMoroka saya efosorasi anendaba engayazi.
Yes, my lord, I heard it here in court that when we left Moroka, we went to Fosloras. I didn't know the place.
Okay. And exactly where in Fosloras did you hear in court that you were taken?
Uma uzwa ke la enkantolo uzwe ukuthi naya kuphi nendawo eFosloras.
Bathe court efosorasi court.
They said it was the court in Fosloras.
Okay. And what transpired at the Fosloras court?
Kwenzekani ke enkantolo yaseFosloras?
Masifika Nkosi enkantolo. Ngeke ngithi mina enkantolo ngoba akaze ngene ngaphakathi enkantolo ngangimele ngaphandle kuma parking escort igcwele khona lapho Jonathan Noteles.
Upon arrival there, my lord, I wouldn't say that I was inside the court because I was just standing there at the parking area, and the escort guys were there.
And did any of the officers that transported you, Mohane or Mabena, enter into the court building?
Labo ababekhambisa ke uMkhane uMabhena bangena bona kwibhilidi lenkantolo.
Kungena umuntu oyedwa Nkosi enkantolo umkhanga not Mabhena ayilokho ekhona la emotweni.
Only one person went in, my lord. It was Mukhane. Mabena was at all times with me in the vehicle.
Describe from the time Mohane gets into the court building, what then transpired.
Awusho ke manje kusuka ngesikhathi uSergeant Mukhane angena ngaphakathi enkantolo ukuthi kwenzekani.
Umkhane mangena ngaphakathi enkantolo ngazi ukuthi wayenza ngoba ngangihleli nalabo ngoba ungenile ngaphakathi khona lapha waphinde wabuya esebuya nomunye umuntu ogqoke ishirt lesiphoyisa nebhloko lesiphoyisa necathulo ezebrown wafika yena wangilunguza emotweni wangibona futhi azange angikhulume mina ngoba wathi nje emotweni wangibona maqedwe futhi bajika bangena ngaphakathi.
What happened, my lord? Mukhane went in. I don't know what it is that he did when he went inside. He came back. When he came back, he was in the company of a person that was wearing a police shirt as well as a police pants and brown shoes. This person just looked or peeped through the vehicle just to satisfy himself. He never said anything to me, and then they went back inside.
And what happened thereafter?
Kwasekwenzekani emuva kwalokho?
Mabe umkhane ke bena umuntu aphakathi wasebuya phinde kudunyiswa imoto hanjiwa.
After that, after Mukhane went in with this person, he came back, started, the vehicles were started, and we left.
Ngoba ungena wakhe ngaphakathi wayengabuyi manje makuthatha nje isikhathinyana.
Because upon him going inside, my lord, he would not come back immediately. It would take some time.
Just to give you a background as to the purpose why you were taken to Fosloras Magistrates Court. it has been testified here in court that, firstly, on the 16th of June 2020, Mohane arrested you in respect of the Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018.
Uma nje kafishane ke ngingachazela ke ukuthi ke kwakunganike ngokubufakazi obethula la enkantolo ukuthi uhanjiswe uye khona ke eFostoras ngalelo langa umukhane kubufakazi bakhe wathi ke uma ekubopha ngazo i16 kaJune 2020 bophela lona ke icala lakwaNongoma u16310 ka2018.
And when he booked you, when you were arrested for the first time at the Pretoria North Police Station, he booked you under that Nongoma cast number, and also the reason for the booking was that you were in transit. And he explained to Mohani here in court that in transit meant that you were temporarily booked at Pretoria North with the aim of you being taken to Nongoma to answer the charges to that Nongoma case.
Ethul bufakazi bakhe ke la phambi kwalenkantolo usajeni Mohane wathi ke nangesikhathi ke ufakwa ke khona lapha epolice station ePretoria North usubhalwa ke incwadini zakhona wabhalwa ngaphansi kwayo ke le number lena yecala u16310 2018 icala lakwaNongoma esho ke ukuthi lokho kwakuyinto nje yesikhashana nanjengoba ke wawusezodlula ke lapho udlulela babezokuhambisa khona kwaNongoma.
So indeed that when you were taken to Vosloorus Magistrates Court, the purpose was for you to appear before a magistrate on that matter, and thereafter you be transferred to Nongoma.
Qhubeka ke ethi ke izathu sokuthi uyeke eFostoras ngalelo langa kwakuwukuthi ke uyobingelela imantshi bese ke emuva kwalokho ke bese uyadluliswa ke uya khona kwaNongoma.
However, at the Vosloorus Magistrates Court on the 19th of June 2020, the matter was not placed on roll and it was marked NOR.
Nokuthi ke ngalo ilanga lelo lazo i19 zika June 2020 kwatholakala ke ukuthi makubhekwa noma kubukwa ke incwadi zasenkantolo ukuthi icala lelo lalingabhaliwe ke kuzona incwadi noma kumacala aye zoba senkantolo ngalelo langa.
Now, Mr. Ntanzi, I want you to take it from there that once you were done at the Vosloorus Magistrates Court, did there come a time when the car you were traveling in left Vosloorus Magistrates Court?
Ngifuna ke manje uqale lana ke ukuthi usuqedile ke enkantolo yaseFostoras ingaba saba khona yini isikhathi ke manje la khona ke imoto le owahamba ngayo yase iphuma ihamba enkantolo yaseFostoras.
Yebo nkosi enkantolo yahamba.
Yes, my lord, the car left.
Kodwa khona lapha esengilahlekela khona lapha ecourt nami engifuna nje ukucacisela kahle ngoba la ukhunywa ngedakamizwa ukhunywa ngecala lakwaNongoma ngifuna ukwazi kahle kahle ngalapha ngikile ya court yaseFostoras ngangihambela icala lakwaNongoma ngihambela icala ledakamizwa lapho sengoba lapha khunywa ngamadocument awu2 waseFostoras lapho ngifuna ukucaciseleka khona.
And I'm also getting confused, my lord, because here in court is now being mentioned that in Fostoras court there are two matters that are being mentioned. It's the Nongoma matter as well as the drugs related matter. So I just want to know which matter was it actually that I was attending in Fostoras, because now two dockets are being mentioned.
The matter that was not placed on roll at the Vosloorus Magistrates Court, and according to the police officers for which you were taken to Vosloorus, was the Nongoma murder case 163-10-2018.
Icala ke ngokusho ngokubufakazi ke elali ngekho kuhlala amacala ngalela langa eFostoras kwakuyicala lela lokubulala lakwaNongoma u16310 ka2018.
And just for completeness sake, on your second question, the Vosloorus case 5436 of 2020, according to the evidence of Mohani, the case docket thereof was taken to the senior public prosecutor for decision, and since then he has never received that docket, and despite careful search, they have never managed to obtain same.
Just a moment. Umbuzo wakho ke wesibili ke obuzile ukuthi leli elesibili ke icala lona ke inamba yakhona ku 543/6/2020 kubufakazi bakhe ileli ke leyidakamizwa kubufakazi bakhe uSergeant Umukhane watshela lenkantolo ukuthi lathathwa idokodo lalelo cala lelo landluliselwa kuyena ke umshushisi noma ke ophethe ke abashushisi ukuthatha isinqumo ukuthi sukela ngaleso sikhathi ke ukuthi idokodo lahanjiswa kuyena ke umshushisi ophethe akaze ke emva kwalokho aphinde alibone noma ahlangane nalo.
Nkosenkantolo ngamanje ngisaphinda akunalo icala kwaNongoma.
Repeating it, my lord, I do not have a matter of KwaNongoma.
Number 2 nkosenkantolo ngithengisa idakwa mina.
And secondly, my lord, I don't sell drugs.
And Mr. Ntanzi, just for completeness sake, I went back to the record when Mr. Mgomezulu, the late, was engaging some witnesses, especially Mohale, on this matter. A name cropped up of Mr. Thabani Ngwenya. Do you know that person?
Ngiye ngahlehle emuva ke ngake ngoyobheka ke ikakhulukazi ke ngesikhathi ke ubaba ongasekho ubaba uMngomezulu hloma ke imibuzo kofakazi kunegama ke elavela ke igama lika Thabani Ngwenya uyamazi umuntu loyo loyo?
Cha nkosenkantolo angimazi Thabani Ngwenya.
No, my lord, I don't know Thabani Ngwenya.
Ngoba ngisho esigodini sami akunasibongo sakwaNgwenya lapho engibuya khona.
Because even back home where I'm coming from, there is no Ngwenya surname.
The reason I'm asking you, because remember we had this discussion where Brigadier Gininda says to this date, you are still a person of interest in the Nongoma 16310 of 2018, and Sergeant Mohani said that as far as the police are concerned, that matter for you is not completed. Now, the reason I'm asking you this is the following. When answering to Mr. Mgomezulu on that point regarding Thabani Ngwenya, he said that Thabani Ngwenya was a co-accused of Teniselani Buthelezi, who was also charged on that matter.
Isizathu ke sokuthi ngikubuzeke lo mbuzo noma ngikubuzeke lokho ingoba ke tshela lenkantolo ke yena uBrigadier Gininda ke uthi ke amehlo ke awakasuswa ke kuwena mayelana nalo icala leliyana lakwaNongoma ukusho ukuthi ke umuntu ke osabhekiwe ke kulona icala leliya lakwaNongoma phendula ke ukuthi yena ke uMukhane kumbuzo wakhe ongasekho noma ubaba uMngomezulu wathi ke ingoba ke yena lona ambizile ke uThabani Ngwenya omunye futhi owayekhona kulelo cala lelo lakwaNongoma kwakuqiniselani Buthelezi.
Nkosenkantolo angimazi noqiniselani.
My lord, I do not know Qiniselani.
Ukube nkosenkantolo kwakuyiqiniso ngempela ukuthi mina ngibulela umuntu waNongoma ngabe iphoyisa lakwaNongoma la ngena la azosho ukuthi vele liyangifuna.
If it was indeed true, my lord, that I had killed someone from KwaNongoma, a police officer from KwaNongoma would have come into this court and informed this court that that police officer is looking for me.
Ngineminyaka nkosenkantolo nihlele ejele mina ngithiwa ngibulela umuntu waNongoma namhlanje akaze ngiye kwaNongoma namanje bangephambi kwakhe akaze ngiye kwaNongoma.
I've spent years in prison, my lord, and it is being alleged that I killed someone from KwaNongoma, but no police officer from KwaNongoma has ever approached me with regards to that matter. Even now, as I'm appearing before you, my lord, I know nothing about that matter. Sorry.
Ngoba ngisho yedwa nje okuthiwa ngithitheka naye kuleli cala akekho umuntu ongenela wazosho ukuthi ha uNtanzi ngiyamazi.
And not even a single person who is being alleged to be and co-accused with me in that particular matter has never entered this court and said, yeah, I know Ntanzi.
Ngakujabulela ukuthi icourt mayingangisiza ngalo.
I would be happy if the court can assist me in that regard.
Now, let's proceed. Thank you, Mr. Ntanzi. Where you, on the 19th of June, the business of the day is done at Fosloras Magistrates Court. The vehicles that is transporting you is leaving. Do you know where you were taken?
Seqediwe ke okwakwenzeka ngalo ilanga lange 19 sika June 2020 imoto ke isiyahamba yadunyiswa yahamba ingabe uyazini ukuthi wahanjiswa kuphi uma isuka eFostoras enkantolo?
Nkosenkantolo imoto mayisuka eFostoras yahamba ngoba yazi yafika kwenye indawo engezwe umuntu ekhuluma ngefoni edawo usesibhedlela eBhalakwana athi iBhalakwana ibisigama leBhalakwana.
When the car left for Sloras, my lord, it got to a place where I overheard someone speaking over the phone, saying that it was in Baragwana.
In relation to Baragwanath and your trip, can you explain to this honorable court what transpired?
Ungayichazela ke lenkantolo noma ungasho kule nkantolo ukuthi ke eBaragwana kwenzekani?
Because enkantolo mawufika lapha kune bridge angangajapa inyawo ne bridge nje elide ejapa ngapha komgwaqo womgwaqo then saphuma sathi sangena kumntama parking khona la safe sama khona.
There is a bridge, my lord, when you go there, and then we just drove underneath the bridge, and then we just got this parking right there, so we parked right there.
Masifika lapho kuma parking asilendlula ngebridge ibridge lingaphambi thina singemuva masifika kuma parking sama umkhani wayehla wakhuluma nefoni.
We did not pass the bridge. The bridge was still ahead of us, and then we just parked before we could get to the bridge. And then Mukhane got to the car parked there. Mukhane got out and was speaking over his phone.
Simeka ngize ngasibona ukuthi sami isikhathi esingakanani khona lapha ngaphandle lapha kuma parking mayiqeda lapho wadumisa imoto ngoba imoto ziyaphuma khona imoto engena ngapha khona ephuma ngapha igate khona engenayo khona ephuma.
Although I'm not certain as to the time, as to how much time we spent there, my lord, then after he was done, he got back into the vehicle, started the vehicle, and there are cars, there's just a movement of cars there, cars going in and cars coming out.
Let me just disturb you here, Mr. Ntanzi. At the time, on the 19th of June 2020, had you been to the Baragwanath Hospital area, around that area?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ingabe wawumuntu owake waya yini khona lapha yana eBaragwana kuyona indawo leyana?
Chaza ngeke nkose kaDon ngoba nawe mmeli wami ngakutshela mina ngathi ngezwe ngangibuza ukuthi ummeli limbuzeni bakwamntwana ikuphi indawo ekuthiwa kuseBhalakwana ngayizwa umuntu ekhuluma ngefoni lapha engangilanda khona basasigeza khona babo raphato ngangingayazi lo ndawo leyo nkose kaDon.
No, my lord, I've never been there. Even to you, as my legal representative, you would recall I inquired from you, asked you, where is a place called Baragwana? Because I overheard someone saying Baragwana. That is where we fetched Mr. Rapadu.
Were you familiar, have you been to the Soweto Township before the 19th of June 2020?
Wawumuntu owake waya ngaphambilini noma ngaphambi kwazo i-19 zikaJune 2020 eSoweto?
Akaze ngene khona ngaphakathi ngazi ngumgwaqo ngemondlula ngeCartonville.
I've never been inside Soweto. It's only through when I would be passing, going to Carltonville, passing there, but I've never been inside Soweto.
Now proceed from where the car leaves before the bridge and it enters into the hospital. In fact, let me not jump. Did you enter into the hospital complex from there?
Nanjengoba uthi ke waqeda ngocingo umukhane wangena ke emotweni nangena ke esibhedlela.
Sangena kule gate ngoba mayingena imoto egate yajika khona le yehla nje kancane yama khona.
Yes, we entered through that gate, and as the car drove into the gate, we just turned, the witness pointing towards the right, and then it stopped right there.
Ngoba lapha egate nama security lapha avulele imoto ayavala kanjalo kanjalo.
Because it's an access controlled entrance, there are security guys there.
What transpired then in the complex there?
Kwenzekani ke seningaphakathi lapho?
Masifika ke nkosi enkantolo mayifika nje imoto escort nayo khona bo imoto zabo Jonathan nale hardboard ehamba ukuthelisa.
And as we parked there, the escort vehicles were there, the vehicle that Jonathan was traveling in, as well as the vehicle that the hard body that the likes of Buthelezi were traveling in.
Ehle ke umkhane ke akhulume naye lo ayekhuluma nawo ngangakazi ukuthi yena Raphato.
Mukhane then got out of the vehicle and he spoke to the particular person. At the time, I didn't know that it was Rapadu.
Where was that person at the time when Mukhane approached him?
Wayekuphi nendawo ngaleso sikhathi leso uMukhane eya kuyena?
Angithi imoto ngoba emile nje sibuka phambili so ke uyaphuma umkhane uyakuya kugcwele abantu vele labahlele emabhentshini kunamabhentshi.
As the car was parked and we're looking ahead of us or right in front of us, and there are people there seated on benches there, so Mukhane went to the person over there.
And the person that you say at the time you didn't know that it was Rapad, was it a female person or a male person?
Nanjengoba usho-ke ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso wawungazi ukuthi kwakuyena Raphathu, kwakuwumuntu wesilisa noma umuntu wesifazane,
kwawumuntu obaba.
a male person.
What happens then as Mohane approaches that person?
Eseya kuyena-ke uMukhane umuntu loyo kwenzekani?
Umkhani Nkosi enkantolo wakhuluma naye bekhuluma lapha ngoba ngambona mina lo baba lo ephethe lento le efaka umuthi ngathi brown lencane nje le ngathi ifaka umuthi le mawuphuma ku doctor. Iplastic nje le ofaka umuthi le mawubuya ku doctor le.
I saw Mukhane speaking to this gentleman, my lord, and he had some sort of what the witness describes as a plastic container with some medication or that when you, just after you had consulted with the doctor, that is what he had in his hand.
Ephethe la ngoba mayekhuluma umkhane mayeze emotweni nangu ubaba lo esekhuluma nomunye umama ohamba nengane.
As Mukhane was approaching the vehicle, this gentleman was now speaking to a lady that was in the company of a child.
Mbone ke manje useduzana emnike ikhiyeze ubaba buyangena kimi emotweni.
Ubani onika bani ikhiye?
Lo oyekhuluma nomkhane nekumami lo ikhiye ehamba nengane.
Oh, I then saw the gentleman handing over keys to the lady that was with the child, and then Mukhane came to the vehicle.
Lesikhathi ubaba lona seza ke ngena kimi emotweni na.
And then the gentleman came and also got into the car.
You said he got into the car and sat where in the car?
Uma engena emotweni wangena wahlala kuphi nendawo?
Angithi mina ngihlele emveni kwamabhele nokuthi uhlala emveni kwamkhane.
I was seated behind Mabena, and then he sat behind Mukhane.
So both you and the gentleman, are you sitting in the rear passenger seat of that vehicle?
Kusho ukuthi nobabili nobaba lona nanihlezi emuva.
Sihlele endaweni eyi-1 mina siqondene la uhleli ka right nasale ngihleli ngapha emveni somuntu.
Indeed, we were seated there, and then just next to each other, he was seated on the right and I was on the left.
What happened when the gentleman got into the vehicle?
Ubaba esengenile emotweni kwenzekani?
Wangibingelela.
He greeted me.
Emveni ngalokho umabhena nomkhane bahlala nje bamnika envelope ayiphethe ngaze yena but envelope nje brown efaka amaphepha vele ujwayelekile.
And thereafter, both Mabena and Mukhane handed over an envelope. I don't know it's what was contained or what was inside, but it was just your normal brown envelope. They handed that envelope over to the gentleman.
When he gets into the car, prior to handing over documents in an envelope to a police officer, was he introduced to you or did he introduce himself?
Esengenile ke emotweni ubaba, ingaba basho noma bamethula yini noma wazethula yini wena kuwena?
Cha akazethulanga lapho engena emotweni uzethule phambili.
No, not at that. He did not introduce himself at that time. It was later.
And we'll come to later, but just for completeness sake on this point, later, how did he introduce himself to you?
Phambili ke esezethula ke wazethula kanjani wathi noma mayezethula kuwena?
Mayezethula angazi wathi wayisho nje igama lesiphoyisa wathi iphoyisa elikhulu wasesho ukuthi angisazi wayibiza ngokuthi yini esiphoyiseni angisakhumbula kahle.
He mentioned this word that he was a senior police officer, but I just am not certain about the rank or what did he actually say or what he said.
And did he mention his surname to you?
Isibongo sakhe wasisho kuwena?
Angisakhumbula kahle Nkosi enkantolo noma wasisho angisakhumbula kahle.
I can't remember well, my lord, whether he mentioned the surname.
But the point is that do you agree that you say later on he did introduce himself to you?
Kodwa uyasho ke ukuthi ke akazethulanga ngalesi sikhathi, kodwa phambili ke wazethula.
Ethi iphoyisa elikhulu ngesabi.
Yes, indeed, my lord, I mentioned that he was a senior or a seasoned police officer, that I shouldn't fear anything.
Okay. Then what happened after he got into the vehicle and then he was handed a brown envelope?
Ungenile kubaba emotweni, bamnikeza ke le envelope ebrown, kwenzekani?
Ngoba i-envelope le wavula la wakhipha amaphepha ehambe wafunda ngoba sihamba ngemoto.
He opened the envelope He took out the documents that were in there, and as the vehicle was in transit, he was reading the documents.
Did you know or did you see what he was reading?
Ingabe wawukwazi noma wakubona yini awayekufunda?
Cha angikubonanga nkosikade ngoba phela uhleli yena le wamaphepha wabeke phambi kwakhe mina ngihleli la nginakanga ngokho efunda.
No, my lord. As he was reading, he had the documents as the witness is indicating in front of him like this. I was seated over there and I was not taking note of what he was doing.
And where did you eventually go?
Nagcina-ke seniya kuphi ke noma yikuphi la nagcina senifika khona?
Safika kwenye indawo khona lapha eSoweto lapha ngoba mina imoto mayihamba ngangeke ngibuke ukuthi kubhala ngoba ngangibona kubhala Orlando imoto ihamba ngomgwaqo ngingazi ukuthi kuyiwa kuphi.
At a particular place or a certain place in Soweto, because as the car was traveling, I would just be reading what would be written. I would see Orlando, but not knowing where the vehicle was going.
And did the car eventually stop at some place?
Kunala eyagcina ima khona imoto.
Lapho kwakuphela khona umgwaqo safika imoto zama lapha.
Yeah, that's where it was like now, basically where you could not travel further, or the road, you could not travel further with the road. That's where the vehicles stopped.
And can you give a general description of the area where the motor vehicle came to a halt?
Indawo le imoto eyagcina ima kuyona indawo ongayichaza, ongayisho?
Indawo nje ngoba ngapha phambi lapha imoto kujiya khona umgwaqo ahlahla igate le.
It's actually it's a gate. Yebo.
Igate le imoto ifike iyama lapha ya reversela ngapha ngaphandle komgwaqo iFortune.
And then when it gets to the gate, the car would then reverse to the other side of the road. That is now referring to the Fortuner.
Mangihlele emotweni ngiyakhona ukubona ngale ngaphakathi kunama ATM awu2 yiground ngale.
Where I was seated inside the vehicle, the Fortuner, I'm able to see that there are ATMs, and then on the other side, it's a field.
Okay. Proceed.
Yeah.
Ngoba mina ngangihleli nje emotweni busy bekhuluma bodwa lapha.
Because I was seated in the vehicle and they were busy talking amongst themselves over there.
Who are we talking about when you say they were talking amongst themselves?
Uma uthi babeyikhulumela lapha yana usho obani?
Ngisho niyo lawe ngihamba nabo Buthelezi nabo Mabhena nawo abomkhane naye lo ade senaye emotweni.
Buthelezi, Mabhena, Mokhane, as well as the gentleman that I was with in the vehicle.
My Lord, I'm being alerted that it's the time for the short adjournment. Should we take it now?
Yes, this gentleman.
As the court pleases, my lord,
Yeah.
may I proceed?
Yes?
Mr. Ntanzi, before we adjourned, you said that you arrived at an area where the road ends, there's a gate, and when you peered, you saw two ATMs. The officers that were with you then got out and were speaking amongst themselves. Remember that?
Sikhumbuzeke mnumzane Ntanzi ukuthi ngaphansi kwesifungo ushilo ke ukuthi la nafika khona umgwaqo wawungandluli ke lapho uma ubuka ke lapho la wawuhlezi khona emotweni ubona ama ATM ubona ne ground futhi base bephuma ke labo ohamba nabo bakhuluma bodwa.
Yebo nkosi.
Yes my lord,
Proceed from there, sir.
ungaqhubeka ke.
Ngithe khona lapho nkosi enkantolo ngisahlele emotweni ngase kufika enye imoto emhlophe ne-BM.
Whilst I was still seated in the vehicle, my lord, a white vehicle, a BMW, arrived.
Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Ntanzi. You said at the Baragwanath Hospital, the escort vehicles by Jonathan Buthelezi were there. Did they go with you to this area now with ATMs?
Ushilo ke ukuthi lapha yana eBaragwana ne imoto zama escort lezi yana zazikhona ezabo Jonathan noButhelezi. Uma seniya kule ndawo ke le okhuluma ngayo manje la uthi kwakunama ATM ne ground zazikhona nalapha.
Yebo zayisekhona la.
Yes, they were still there.
Okay, proceed from where a white BMW arrives.
Isho ke qhubeka ke la kufika khona iBMW.
Mayifika nkosi enkantolo iBM nayo ijikile nje yahlehla ngaphela yayiphuma emgwaqweni ihlehla nje le indawo nje engathi igrade ngathi lapho lahla khona dustbin igrade nje kahle ngale kwesikontini.
When the BMW arrived, it just made a turn, my lord, and then it reversed just as to from the road. And because the area itself is just a place where, like, sort of where the dustbins are, and it's a well-graded area.
Ngoba lapho kwaqhamuka ubaba uGenenda nomkhulu.
That's where Mr. Geninda and Mukhula appeared.
Emveni lokho bavula ke ibhutha lemoto esikhathi ke ehleli phansi lo baba lo ngangihleli naye emotweni esehleli khona la phansi.
Thereafter, they then opened the boot of the vehicle. Then the gentleman in whose company I was in then sat there on the boot.
Kulesi sikhathi nkosi enkantolo sebengivulele emotweni sengiya kuye phambi kwakhe.
That's when they opened the car for me, and I then went towards him, in front of him.
And by him, because Mr. Ntanzi, you said you later came to know his name. Just mention his name, sir.
Uma nisithi yena waya phambi kwakhe ushilo ukuthi kamuva wathola wagcina ususazi isibongo sakhe. Ngicela ke usho isibongo sakhe.
Yena ubaba Raphathu nkosi enkantolo.
I am referring to Mr. Raphathu, my lord.
Proceed.
Qhubeka.
Mangifika phambi kwakhe nje angitshela ukuthi azoyicela ke ukuthi ufuna ngimtshele iqiniso.
When I got to him, my lord, he then said to me, the only thing that he requires or needs from me is for me to tell him the truth.
Athi kimi uyiphoyisa elikhulu mina bese ngibuza athi liphi iqiniso ngizokutshela lo.
He said to me that he was a senior police officer. I then said to him, but which truth is this that I have to tell you?
Ngoba into engayibonayo kuye mehlele ebhala ngoba khona into ayebhala wayephethe ne-ID yami kuye esandleni phezu kwamaphepha.
Because as I was looking at him when he was seated there writing, he was also having my ID with him as he was writing.
Okay, and then what happened?
Kwenzekani?
Ngoba labo babuginda futhi naye washo kimi ngibuza ukuthi manje angafuni ukukhuluma iqiniso.
Even Mr. Geninda himself was still asking me, am I still not willing or prepared to tell the truth?
Now, as Colonel Rapadu is writing and then he's looking at your ID, did he ask you any questions?
Nanjengoba ke uKenel Raphathu wayebhala bheke nayo ke ID yakho ukhona ayekubuza kona.
Azange ngibuze nix wathi nafuna ngimtshele iqiniso kuphela azange ngibuze nix for ngendaba ze-ID naye.
He never asked me anything. He only said that I should tell him the truth. He never asked me anything with regards to the ID.
And when he asked you, you must tell him the truth and only the truth. Did he tell you in respect of which case?
Uma ethi ufuna umtshela iqiniso wakutshela ukuthi iqiniso mayelana naliphi icala.
Yebo ngoba sengitshela nkosi enkantolo ngibuza ukuthi ubani owabulala uSenzo.
Yes, he told me, my lord, and asked me who killed Senzo.
Ngathi mina ngazi ukuthi umuntu ubani owabulala uSenzo azange ngibulala uSenzo futhi ayikho into engihlanganisa nokufa kaSenzo.
I told him that I don't know who killed Senzo, and also I have nothing to do with the killing of Senzo.
ngoba namhlanje nje angazi ukuthi mina ubani wabulala uSenzo.
Because up until today, I don't know as to who killed Senzo.
Then what happened as Colonel Rappard is writing, and you said also Brigadier Gininda as well asked you, are you still not willing to tell the truth? Is that your evidence?
Kwenzekani ke esaqhubeka esabhala uKolonel Rapadu ushilo ke nokuthi ke uKolonel Gininda sorry uBrigadier Gininda washo kuwena noma ekubuza ukuthi awukazimiseli yini ukukhuluma iqiniso.
Yebo ngasho ukuthi alikho iqiniso ngizolikhuluma ngawa nokuthelezi wayekhona duzane nami nalo maphumulo khona lo munye angangalazi igama lakho ezinyo legolide namhlanje alilazi igama lakhe.
Yes, my lord, and I said that which truth is this that I'm supposed to tell, and Buthelezi was there, Mapumulo, as well as the other gentleman with the gold tooth. Up until today, I don't know the gentleman's name.
Ngoba ibona babe ngibambela ngalesikhathi umabhene sengifake uplastic ekhanda khona lapha.
Because they are the ones that were holding me at the time when Mabena was putting the plastic over me right there.
Bethi ngoba ngifuna ukutshela amaphoyisa iqiniso.
Saying because I don't want to tell the police the truth.
Ngilokho ngishila bento inkosi enkantolo angazi lutho.
Hence I said, my lord, that I know nothing.
So sorry, Mr. Ntanzi, let's take it slow. We were at the point where you were describing the people that were around. You mentioned Buthelezi, the person with the gold, and then you jump on to say he is amongst the people that were holding you whilst someone is placing a plastic bag over your head. We need to go very slow because at that time, we were still talking about Brigadier Gininda asking you whether you still are not willing to tell the truth. So I need you to take me through the chronology leading up to where he asked you what transpired until finality of what transpired there.
Ngicela ke ukusho lokhu ngokulandelana ke ungakujahi ke ngoba besise ku Brigadier Gininda uthi ke Brigadier Gininda ekubuza ukuthi awukayimiseli yini ukukhuluma iqiniso. Wabe ke manje usukhuluma ngabantu ababemile obuthelezi umaphumulo lo wezinyo wegolide uthi babekubambile enkathi uMabhena ekufaka uplastic. Kodwa mina ngicela ukuthi ke ukusho lokhu ungakujahi ukusho ngokulandelana ngoba mina bengisakubuza ngoBrigadier Gininda.
Nkosi enkantolo uGininda mayefika ke uyangibuza ukuthi namanje angifuni ukukhuluma iqiniso uthi mina iqiniso alikho ngizolikhuluma angazi lutho ngokufaka Senzo.
My lord, when Brigadier Gininda arrived, he asked me, are you still not willing to tell the truth? And then I said, there is no truth that I am going to tell because I know nothing about the death of Senzo.
Ngoba mawuphendula lo nalona phinde nawe uyakhuluma ethi ukhohlisa iphoyisa elikhulu ukhohlisa umphathi wangatshena umphathi eqiniso ukuthi mina ngazi lutho.
And because you would be responding, then the other one will then come in and say that you are misleading my boss. Why are you not telling my boss the truth?
And what transpired, Mr. Ntanzi, in the chronology until that what happened at that particular locality ended? So in chronology, at what stage let me ask you this, did Colonel Rapadu eventually finish to write what he was writing?
Angikubuza kanjena. Ingabe egcineni waseqeda lokho ayekubhala uKolonel Rapadu? Waqeda lokho ayekubhala. Waqala waqeda.
Angibonanga noma waqeda angibonanga.
I didn't see whether he completed it or not.
Ngoba amaphepha yekuya angibonanga ukuthi wayebhalana ukuthi wayeyini noma ukuthola kubhalile noma wayebhale ukuya ngazi ngayibhala.
Because he held the documents himself. I don't know whether he was writing himself or whether there was already something written on the documents.
Ngoba mina ngimile yena uphambo kwami so ugena into ngapha ukutheleza bala babambe mina.
Because I was standing, he was in front of me, Gininda is on the side, and then Buthelezi and the others are around me. They are holding me.
Okay. And at what stage then was the assault perpetrated on you, and describe the circumstances around that?
Ukushaywa ke manje uzoshaywa nini ube usuchaza ke ukushaywa lokho.
Ngisho kwakho senkantolo makuthiwa angifuni ukutshena amaphoyisa eqiniso ukuthi mina alikho iqiniso ngizolaza athi Mabhena ngoba ukhohlisa abaphathi ukhohlisa amaphoyisa amakhulu. Usimisha wayemisela ngokukhuluma iqiniso.
I'm being assaulted, my lord, when I respond and saying that there is no truth, I know nothing, And then that's when Mabena then saying that you are misleading my superiors, you don't want to tell the police the truth.
Do you know who started assaulting you?
Ingabe uyazini ukuthi ubani owaqala ngokushaya?
Umuntu webhizi nami kungoplastic kwakunguye lowo Mabena.
The person that was busy with me with the plastic, it was Mabena.
Ngoba uJonathan mfishane kunami wazama ngawehluleka ngamandla wapha nami ngangibhilika inqela kwase kuphinda kubuya yena uMabena.
Because Jonathan is shorter than me, he tried, but he couldn't get through to me because I was also not standing still. And then Mabena came back.
Now, when you say Mabena was busy with you with the plastic bag, what do you mean? Explain fully, describe fully what are you saying?
Uma uthi ke umuntu owayebhizi nawe ngawo uplastic kwakuwuMabena usho ukuthini?
Angithi inkosi enkantolo uMabena uplastic ufaka ekhanda uyawubamba lapha ngithi. Uplastic uyashisa ngaphathi ngizama ukulwa naye bangibambile lapha ezandleni.
Mabena placed the plastic over me. He then held it here, that is now on my neck, and then it's hot. As the plastic is put, it's hot there. So I'm trying to fight, but now these others are holding me. Because when they put plastic over your head, and then there's no air that comes in.
Describe the plastic bag that was used by Mabena at that locality.
Ngicela ke usho uchaze uplastic lo owasetshenziswa uyena uMabena kuleya ndawo.
Uplastic ngangishupha ngawo nalo wase-Truent.
The plastic that was placed over me or put over my head was the Truet's plastic.
And what happened as Mabena is placing the plastic bag over you? Were you asked questions whilst the plastic bag is over your head?
Ufaka uplastic kuwena ekhanda kwakwenzekani? Wawuthi uma ngabe uplastic ufaka ubuzo imibuzo.
Uma ngifaka uplastic ekhanda ngibuze ukuthi wakhuluma wona manje ngikhuluma nami ngiyalwa ngishona phansi ngoba phela bangibambile izandla ngishona phansi ukuthi ngizama uvikela ekhanda ngishona phansi.
As the plastic is put over me, I'm then told that talk, and then I'm trying to fight. I would go down because I'm trying now to defend my head. So I will go down, the witness indicating a downward movement with his head.
Uma bewukhipha uplastic kuthiwa khuluma ufuna ukukhuluma ngithi mina yeke ngizoyikhuluma.
Then when the plastic gets removed, I will then be told, talk. I'll say that, I will then say, there's nothing to talk. I know nothing about the death of Senzo.
And as this plastic bag is placed over you, where is Brigadier Gininda, Colonel Rapadu, Sergeant Mohola, and Mabena? And Mohani, sorry.
Ngalesikhathi lesi kwenzeka lokho ukuthi ke ushupha ngawo uplastic. uBrigadier Gininda, uKolonel Rapadu, uSergeant Umuhula noSergeant Umuhane bakephi ngaso leso sikhathi kwenzeka lokho?
Engimkhumbula nkosi enkantolo ephambi kwami wawukhona yena uGininda noLokhoza Babo Rapatu nomkhulu. Umkhana ngangibuye ngambone kahle lapha makuthiwa nje ngiyashaba engasondelena kimi kakhulu.
The ones that I do recall that were there in front of me, it is Colonel Rapadu, Brigadier Gininda and Muhula. The person that I wouldn't see, especially during the assault, it was Muhane.
And where are the rest of the escort team from the metropolis?
Abanye laba bona-ke be-escort bakuphi ngalesikhathi?
Bakhona ngithi bona bamile ngibanjwe lona omunye engingalazi igama lakhe noButhelezi la. Laba abanye bamile uJonathan nguye noMabena bala duze la nje.
They were around, they were standing. It's the one with the gold tooth that was holding me, and Buthelezi, Jonathan and Mabena were the ones that were right here in front of me.
Okay. Then what transpired? How many times was the plastic bag used on you?
Uplastic lona wasetshenziswa amahlandla mangaki kuwena?
Angibalanga nkosi enkantolo ngoba ngezwe sekuthiwa hayi msondezeni asondele la sengisondela kuBaba Rapatu.
I didn't count, my lord. The only thing I heard was when it was said, bring him closer here. That was now when I was taken closer to Mr. Rapadu.
And what transpired when you were brought closer to Colonel Rapadu?
Umususondezwa kuyena-ke uBaba Rapadu kwenzekani?
Naye aphinda ngibuze nkosi enkantolo namanje angathanda ukukhuluma iqiniso ephoyiseni elikhulu ngathi mina angazi lutho.
He would also ask me, my lord, am I still not willing or prepared to tell the truth to a senior police officer? I would tell him that I know nothing.
Angitshene kodwa uzongiyeka bangibulala ngithule ngingamphenduli.
He would then tell me that he would let them or allow them to kill me. I would then keep quiet and not answer him or respond to him.
Did there come a stage when these assaults perpetrated on you were stopped?
ingaba egcineni noma kwaba nesikhathi noma kwafika isikhathi la khona esebeyeka ukushaya sebengasakushayi.
Okungiyeke ukungishaya kosenkantolo kulesikhathi sebethe angisayine ngasayina lapho bethe angisayine khona.
When the assault stopped, my lord, it was when I was asked to sign. I then signed where I was being told or asked to sign.
Nayo lesikhathi sebekhipha sengiqhubeka ngisayina ngepeni bakhipha into engaka emnyama ngoba yayivuleka so bathi angibeke imino la ngibeka umunwe so kulolo phepha le.
Because I was provided with a pen to sign, and then they also, as the witness is describing, they took out a pad where I was then asked to place mupho umunwe.
Babe ngibekisa umunwe.
Okay.
Ngibeka umunwe bese nyathela la.
Isithupha, ne?
Yeah, isithupha leso.
Yes, the way I would then be requested to put my thumbprint.
Yeah, even there, let's take it slow.
Nalapho asengakujaha.
Who asked that you be brought closer to Colonel Rapadu?
Ubani owathi msondezeni la, ubani lo wathi akasondeze kuba awusondeze kuba uRapadu.
Nguye baba uRaphatha abangisondeza. Ngithi ngangithe uqafe ngisondele kuye lapha hleli khona emotweni.
It was Mr. Colonel Rapadu himself. I was a bit distant from him, so he asked that I be brought closer to, because he was seated on the car, the boot of the car.
And who told you to sign the documents?
Ubani owathi kuwena signer amaphepha la.
Ngitshena nguye ngoba wayekhuluma ethi sayina la ngasayina.
I was told by him because he's the one that was instructing me, sign here, sign here.
And you also just testified that you then affixed your thumbprint as well on the document, correct?
Ushilo nokuthi ke wase ubekiswa disithupha ke futhi lapho kulawo maphepha lawo.
Bavula lento le emnyama engaba ivula so wathiwa ngibeka umunwe ngibekela.
Yes, that's when they flipped that pad, and then I was then told to then affix my thumbprint.
So the document that you signed, was it a single page document or a multiple page document?
La owasayina khona. Sorry. Kwakuyiphepha nje elilodwa noma kwakuwamaphepha nje.
Angisawakhumbuli Nkosi enkantolo amaphepha manga ngoba inhliziyo yami yasemukela ngase ngithe okunye nokunye kwenzakala ngemukela enhlizweni yami.
I cannot recall, my lord, as to how many documents there were, because my heart had now just accepted. I just told myself that whatever happens now, I just accept.
Ngoba ngase ngikhathele ukushawa ngiyashawa ngapha ngigesi.
Because I was now tired of being assaulted. On the one side, I was being assaulted, and I was not taking a bath.
And besides affixing a signature and also affixing a thumbprint, were you also asked to put initials on that document?
Ngaphandleni kokuthi ke wasayinda wase ubekiswa ithupha ke ingabe ke mhlambi waqala nokucelwa ke ukuthi ke ubeke lokhu okuthiwa ke ama initials ukuthi uma mhlambi igama lakho liqala ngeqala ngokuthi ubeke igama lokuthiwa ama initials.
Yebo lamanye amaphepha ngangibhala uBS ngale gcineni ngase ngisayina ngesignature.
Yes, the other documents I would put place a BS, and then at the end that's when I signed.
Now, Mr. Ntanzi, before we go to the document that was made an exhibit of court here, which is Exhibit HH, I want to take you through the direct examination of Colonel Rapadu. And this happened, my lord, it will be the transcripts of the 25th of October 2023. And I'll take you through what he said, and I'll ask you for your comments, but later on, I'll take you through each item, and then I'll also ask you for your comments. Now, by way of background, he says at page 81, my lord, I'll be reading from there, from page 81. He says, on the 18th of June at about 2000 hours, I received a cell phone from now Brigadier Gininda. He requested me to assist in obtaining a confession, and I agreed, my lord. And then Mr. Baloyi says yes, and he says, and on the following day, on the 19th at 6:06:50, the same Brigadier Gininda contacted me after he just for confirmation to say, I'm still coming. And then line 21, he says, the accused was brought to me. And then Mr. Baloyi says, yes. He says he was brought by Jonathan of EMPD. And then he proceeds to say, he then brought him and leave him in my office. I told him to leave the office. He then closed the door to where he went. I could not confirm. I then took out my appointment certificate where I introduced myself to the accused person. I told him that I'm a justice of the peace after I noticed that he is of a sober mind and that he must not be afraid of me. I asked him the language he is using and he responded that he is Zulu. I told him I am a Peri, but I know Zulu. Then he explains how he knows Zulu. He stayed in the hostel for 10 years, and the majority of the people there were Zulu people. At page 84, and then I asked him if we could proceed, then he's asking you, and we agreed that we can continue in obtaining such a statement. I then told him in terms of Section 35 of Act 108 of 1996, that will be the Constitution. And then I told him the following rights, that he has the right to remain silent and everything he will say to me is going to be written down and be used as evidence in the court of law against him. That he has the right to appoint his own attorney of choice, and if he does not have any financial background or does not any finances, the state can afford to give him one for free. I then asked him, do you understand? And he said, I understand that. I then asked him further what it is you want to do. And he said, I'm willing to proceed in making a statement and then as an intervention. And then Mr. Rapari says, without any legal representative. I'm at page 85 now, my lord. I further warned him that whether he was assaulted, he said, no, I was never assaulted. I further asked him, he has been promised or he has been enticed in anyhow to make the statement to me. He said, no, he was never enticed. I further asked him whether he was making it freely, voluntarily and freely. He responded, yes. And then Mr. Baloyi asks him, these rights that you have just explained, the warning that you admonished him, was it before or after starting with the completion of Exhibit H8? And he says it was before. Then there was a to and fro with Mr. Baloyi to determine exactly when the warnings were made to him. That in summation in court. Now, let me go to Exhibit HH. Now, during your interaction with Colonel Rapadi, do you recall him completing a form which is a pro forma titled Confession and Admission?
Ekuxoxisaneni kwakho khulumisaneni kwakho noKhenele Raphadu ngabe uyakhumbula yini kunamaphepha awabhalayo ke noma documents awabhalayo kuona abhaliwe-ke istatimende noma-ke ukugonyuluka phecelezi-ke i-confession.
Kusenkantolo ngayikho into engayikhuluma nayo ngendaba yesitatimende. Into engayikhuluma nayo ukuthi angifuni ukutshela amaphoyisa iqiniso.
My Lord, there's nothing that I spoke to him about a statement. The only thing I said or that we spoke about was him saying that I don't want to tell the police the truth.
And do you recall Colonel Rapadu reading from a document, a question, then you responding, then he noting your reply on the document?
Ingabe uyakhumbula yini uKenel Rapadu efunda ubese uyaphendula wena noma ke kunaloko akufundayo phansi kube nombuzo ubese uyaphendula wena lokhu okuphendulayo wena akubhale phansi?
Cha.
No.
Now, by way of a prelude, before we even go at Seria team with Exhibit HH, he says, Colonel Rapadu, that he received a call on the 18th of June 2020 that he must assist in obtaining a statement. Remember, the 18th of June 2020, you met Brigadier Geninda at Sibanye Stillwater Mine in Carltonville.
uKenel Rapadu ke kubufakazi bakhe watshela lenkantolo ukuthi wathola ucingo obuya kuyena uKenel uBrigadier Geninda manje ukuthi ke ucela lekelele ngestatimende. Ukhumbuleke ukuthi ngazi 18 ka June 2020 ilanga lelo owahlangana ngalo noBrigadier Geninda eSibanye.
Yebo wangithola khona.
Yes, he found me there.
Did you, on the 18th of June 2020, tell Brigadier Geninda that you had an intention and a willingness to make a statement to an independent officer?
Ingabe wena ngazo i-18 ka June 2020 watshela uBrigadier Geninda yini ukuthi wena uyimisele ukuthi ke wenze istatement kwiphoyisa eliyimele ngamanye amagama ke iphoyisa elingahlangene nophenyo lwecala leli?
Cha nkosenkantolo angikwazi lokho.
No, my Lord, I don't know about that.
Did you at any time before the 19th of June 2020 inform Brigadier Geninda that you've got an intention and a willingness to make a statement to an independent officer?
Ingabe phambi kwe-19 ka June 2020 watshela uBrigadier Geninda wena ukuthi uyimisele ukwenza istatement kwiphoyisa elingahlangene necala leli?
Cha nkosenkantolo.
No, my Lord.
Did you at any stage, the 17th, the 18th, and the 19th of June 2020, make any incriminating statements to Brigadier Geninda about knowing or being involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa?
Ingabe ngeyi-17, 18 noma ngeyi-19 ka June 2020 nestatement wasenza yini kuBrigadier Geninda lapho khona-ke uyifakayo ecaleni icala lokubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa?
Cha nkosenkantolo.
No, my Lord.
And is it your testimony here in court now that you were never taken to an office at Moroka Police Station where you sat in private with Colonel Rapadu, where this pro forma, that is a document with questions on it, was presented to you, asked questions, and you responded?
Ingabe kuwufakazi bakho ke manje ukuthi awukaze wena uthathwe ke ngazo ngayi date lena ke 19 ka June 2020 uye kwi-office thizeni la khona ke uKenel Rapadu wayebhala phansi kuyona ke iform lena?
Akaze ngehle ngisho emotweni nkosenkantolo mina e-police station.
At the police station, my Lord, I never even alighted from the vehicle.
Kwayena lo ubaba uRapata akaze ngimbone mina ekseni ngimbone late ntambama.
Even Colonel Rapado himself, I never saw him in the morning. I saw him late in the afternoon.
Now, Mr. Ntazi, I'm going to ask you that we go in sequence at serial team with the pro forma, which is marked. I think the first part was marked Exhibit HH1, and the actual statement itself was HH2, but I'm speaking under correction from my colleagues. But the main document is Exhibit HH. So, having said he received a call from Brigadier Gininda about you, the case number, that you speak Zulu, you are from the Pretoria North Police Station, and the date is the 19th of October 2020. Says you were taken to a cluster office next to the Client Services Center at the Moroka Police Station, where he sat down with you. Oh, so sorry, let me give you another copy, Dr. Jonas. Sorry. Yeah, on page 1. So, sorry, Dr. Jonas.
Sikla page yokuqala ke uyasho ukuthi la athola khona ucingo olubuya kuyena kwakuKennel uGininda ngaleso sikhathi leso ukuthi ke kunomuntu umsolwa ke libhaliwe igama oyimisela ukuthi enze istatement uthi ke kuneni ke kune office ke noma office ithizeni ke awahamba nalo nawe ayokungenisa kulona lapha epolice station le yaseMoroka.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo kulona iqiniso.
No my lord, that's not true.
And we were at the part where he says, the case is a Fosloras case, and the case number is 63610 of 2014, and it's a murder case, and the language of the suspect is isiZulu.
Silana ke la khona kubhalwe igama le police station iFostoras case number u63610 2014 icala ubulala ulimi lomsola isiZulu.
And it says the time is 7:30 on this, the 19th day of June 2020, at the cluster office with Bongani Sandisontanzi.
Chaza isho ke isikhathi lapha yana u7:30 ekseni ngazo i19 uJune 2020 kwioffice ke iyasho ke ukuthi lapha umuntu anaye Bongani Sandisontanzi.
Nkosi enkantolo ngiyaphinda ngizange ngimbone baba Raphato ekseni ngimbone entambama late.
I repeat my lord, I never saw Colonel Raphato in the morning. I saw him late in the afternoon.
Akaze ngiphume ngisho emotweni leya post sasebona.
At that police station where we were, I never even left the vehicle.
And your address is given as 3125 Freedom Park, Phase 2, Rustenburg.
Ikheli ke lana libhaliwe lakho u3125 eFreedom Park ephase 2 eRustenburg.
Yebo ngiyalibona Nkosi enkantolo.
Yes, I see it, my lord.
Ngoba vele ngokuboshwa kwami ngabatshena ukuthi ngihlala kuphi.
Because indeed, during my arrest, I informed them as to where I was staying.
Kodwa yena baba Raphato akazangibuza ngenda ukuthi ngihlala kuphi.
But Colonel Raphato never asked me as to where I was staying.
And is this the address where you were arrested by Mabena and Mukhani, sorry?
Yilona ikheli leli owaboshelwa kulona uMabena noMukhane.
Yabo yilona la kuphela bengasasikhumbuli manje ngoba ngithenga ngisana ukuthi 32 or 25 abesengasalikhumbula ukuthi 31 and 25 besengasalikhumbula.
Yes, it is, and as I indicated, I was not certain. I couldn't remember it as to whether it was 32 or what, my lord, but it is.
And with respect to the two sections that require a telephone number, it says unknown.
Lana ke khona ekufuna khona inombolo zocingo kubhaliwe ukuthi azaziwa. I know my number by head, from the top of my head, my lord.
And at the time, on the 19th of June, did you also know the telephone number of your workplace?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ngazo i19 ka June 2020 leziyana inumber yasemsebenzini yocingo wawuyazi?
Cha ngangayazi.
No, I didn't know it, my lord.
And then it says your work address is N/A, and then on the side is written contractor.
La kufuna khona ke ikheli lasemsebenzini alibhaliwe kwasho kubhala laphayana ke u-contractor. La kufuna ikheli lasemsebenzini kodwa ke alibhaliwe. Amagama abalifakanga ikheli kwase kubhalwa ukuthi contractor.
Kwasenkantolo kube wangibuza noma kube wayekhuluma nami ngizomtshela ukuthi mangisebenza impala Rustenburg.
If he had asked me, my lord, or if he was speaking to me, I would have told him because I was working at Impala in Rustenburg.
Ingoba vela akazangibuze.
It's because he never asked me.
Let me go back to the two telephone address. Did Colonel Rapadu ask you about your cell phone number? And did you tell him that it's unknown to you?
Angibuyela lana ke kuyinamba zocingo. Siqale ke ngabe uKenneth Raphathu wakubuza yini inamba yakho yomakhalekhukhwini wamphendula wena wathi awuyazi inamba.
Cha akazangibuze nenamba mina futhi akaze ngisikhulumisana ngendaba leli phepha kwasenkantolo.
No, he never asked me about the number and we never discussed this document, my lord.
Ngoba kube sasikhulumisana ngangizomtshela inamba yami.
Because if we had spoken, I would have given him or provided him with my number.
Now, with respect to the work address, it says NA, N/A. Did Colonel Rapadu explain to you what these abbreviations stand for?
Ubhalile ke lana ngoba ke kufuna ikheli kusho ukuthi akubhalwanga lutho ke ingaba ke wachazela yini ukuthi lokhu noma lempendulo ayibhalile ke la bona kuno A kuno N kuno A ukuthi ke isho ukuthini.
Cha akazangichazela nkosikazi ngoba zange vele sikhulumisana naye.
No, he never explained, my lord, because we never discussed this.
And you personally, do you know what these abbreviations N// or /A stand for?
Wena kuwena uyamazi ukuthi lo N nalo A umeleni?
Cha.
No.
Now, when you were asked for your address, did you say to Colonel Rapadu, my address is N/A, right? N/A. Did you say that?
Make wena ubuzwa ngekheli lakho waphendula ngalendlela yakho ukuthi bhala lo N ubese ubhala lo A.
Cha ngikwazi mina azange ngibuze futhi.
No, I don't know this and he never asked me.
Okay. Now, at the time you were arrested on the 16th of June 2020, where were you employed?
Ngesikhathi owaboshwa ngazo i-16 zika June 2020 ingabe wawusebenza kuphi?
Akusebenza Rustenburg one shaft.
Rustenburg one shaft Impala.
And what were you employed as?
Usebenza noma wawenzani?
Driver kwasenkantolo.
As a driver, my lord.
Winch operator.
Eh?
Winch
Winch operator.
Okay. And did you tell Colonel Rapadu that you were employed as a contractor?
Ingabe wena ke watshela Colonel Raphathu ukuthi wena ke usebenza njenge contractor?
Cha.
No.
And even this time contractor, let me leave it there. Now, he says you were the deponent, also he does state his name, apparently of sound and sober sense, appears before me, and then he mentions his rank, which is Lieutenant Colonel. He mentions his name's Mohale Solomon Rapadi.
Ubhalile ke lana ukuthi ke ubhala amagama akhe uyasho ke ukuthi ke ungaphazamisekile okusho ukuthi ke wawusemqondweni ngokuphelele wabhala amagama akhe uLieutenant Colonel Mohale Solomon Rapadu.
Azange ngibuziwe nkosenkantolo mina.
I was never asked, my lord.
Manje thina ngangiphila saka futhi azange azamcheck.
And if he says I was in my sound and sober senses, he never checked me.
Sorry, there's an item, Mr. Jonas, that I jumped. It gives your identification number, which is 901202119708. Is it 3? Yeah, 083.
Lana ke kunala engijompe khona i-ID number u901202119708
Is that your identification number?
Your
ID number.
Yes, it is my ID number.
did you provide Colonel Rapadu with this identification number?
Ingabe wamnikeza uKolonel Raphathu yona the ID number?
akaze ngimnike mina nkosi enkantolo i-ID ayiphethe vele esandleni esikhathi ephethe lamaphepha.
I never provided him with the ID number, my lord. As he was busy completing the documents, he had my ID in his hand.
Kimi i-ID ithathwe ngoJune 16 mangiboshiwe.
The ID was taken from me on the 16th of June during my arrest.
And he says that the deponent was brought to my private office by, what is this name? I see this, is it? Also, that's it looks like an abbreviation of Constable Jonathan, and in brackets, capital letters EMPD.
Ubhalileke okulandelayo ukuthi ke walethwa phambi kwakhe noma ke kwihhovisi lakhe uyena uConstable Jonathan osebhala ke osebenzela iEMPD.
Nkosi enkantolo akulona iqiniso lelo.
My lord, that's not true.
Alekho i-office angangena kulona uJonathan.
There's no office that I entered together with Jonathan.
And he says of Jonathan of the South African Police and only the deponent Bongani Sandison Tanzi, meaning that in that office when you were brought, there were only 3 people. It was Jonathan who brought yourself, himself, and yourself.
Wamaphoyisa ke aseNingizimu Afrika esike wena ke Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi okushiwo ke lokho okubhaliwe lapha ukuthi ke nani bathathu kulela office kwakuyena uKolonel Raphathu, uConstable uJonathan kanye nawe Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Cha nkosi enkantolo akulona iqiniso.
No, my lord, it's not true.
And it says the interpreter and I are in the office and nobody else. Did you see an interpreter?
Kubhaliwe ke laphayana umhumushi noma ke uTolike kanye nami base office akekho omunye umuntu. Ngabe wambona uTolike laphaya?
Akaze ngiye nase-ofisini.
I never went to the office.
Okay.
Is that the evidence?
Sorry, my lord.
Is that the evidence that there was an interpreter?
My lord,
Because I heard you read, no, you don't have to respond.
yes.
I heard you read Raputis say that he's efficient. He's a Mopedi and he can speak Zulu and he's had 12 years communicating with Zulus in Gauteng. Now I hear there's an interpreter.
No, I'm reading from the document.
Yeah, fine. I say, is that Rapadu's evidence? That
In
he was the interpreter, in other words.
In exchange with my Leonard
Okay, fine. Never mind.
My lord, let me finish up. My lord asks a question now.
Yeah, apparently you don't know.
I know.
What do you know?
Explaining.
What do you know?
In
The question
evidence-
is,
yes.
did Rapadu say he's an interpreter or he interpreted? That's all.
Uh,
I'm not talking to...
I'm
Mr.
responding.
No, you don't have to
Okay.
respond to
Okay, let me respond.
this gentleman.
Yes, let me
You have to
respond
respond to the court.
Yes.
Because I am going to decide this case.
Okay,
Court.
I was saying, let me now look at the court. In response to Advocate Baloyi on this point, he says he was interpreting Rapadu.
Okay.
If I look to Mr. Baloyi, my lord, I may look to Ntanzi. I'm not responding to asking on Ntanzi. I'm addressing the court throughout these procedures. I'm at the mercy of the court, my lord. Now he says, let me proceed to read, Mr. Ntanzi. We are still on page 1, Mr. Jonas.
Yes, sir.
The deponent is further informed that he or she is in the presence of a police officer who is, as such, a justice of the peace. At this point, I present my appointment certificate and explain that what a justice of the peace is, as well as the fact that I bear no knowledge of the case. I informed him or her that she or he has nothing to fear and can therefore speak freely, and that if necessary, protection against any irregularity can be provided for him or her. Was this explained to you or read to you by Colonel Rapadu et al.?
Kunaloku kokulandelayo okubhaliwe umuntu ke ophambi kwami noma ke enginaye ke wase etshelwa ke ukuthi ungaphambi kwephoyisa noma ke undawonye nephoyisa iphoyisa ke futhi ekuyiphoyisa eliseqophelweni eliphezulu ngaso lesisikhathi ke ngase ngimtshengisa ke noma ngimkhombisa ke i-certificate sami noma ke ekuyinkomba ke yokuthi ngiyilo iphoyisa naloko futhi okuchazayo ke ukuthi ke iphoyisa lelizinga noma leliqophelo engikulona kusho ukuthini lokho nokuthi futhi ke akunalutho noma akukho lutho engikwaziyo ngalo icala ngase ngimtshela futhi ukuthi angesabi lutho nokuthi ke akhulume ngokukhululekile uma isidingo sikhona uzothi ke avikele noma ke anikezwe ke ukuthi avikeleke kuko nakuphi okungahambi kahle.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo akaze ngidibana nenkulumo engaka.
No, my lord, I never was never presented with such.
Into nje ayikhuluma ke mbuyi lapha sisesigangene hayi officeini sisesigangene engitshena ukuthi uyiphoyisa elikhulu angikhululeke. Ubani wabulalo senze ngibuza lokho into mina ngazi lutho.
And the only thing that he said or that happened, my lord, it's when we were out there in the field telling me that he was a justice of the peace or he was a senior police officer and that I should be free or speak freely and ask me who killed Senzo.
Futhi azange ngibonise i-license le-certificate sakhe.
And he never produced or presented me with his appointment certificate or his license.
Further, it reads, we are still on page 1. The third person is asked if he or she was informed of the reason for his or her arrest as prescribed by Section 35 of the Constitution. Answer only yes or no, and the answer that you provide that is noted here or that is recorded is yes.
Umuntu loyo ke wase ebuzwa ke ukuthi watshelwa yini ngesizathu sokuboshwa kwakhe nanje ngoba ke umthetho ngaphansi kwakhe ke usection 35 usho ke impendulo ebhaliwe ke lana uyebo.
Now the question is this: did Colonel Rapadu ask you whether or not you were informed of your reason for your arrest in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution, and was your answer in the affirmative by saying yes?
Manje ke umbuzo yilona ukuthi ke Colonel Rapadu wase ekubuza yini noma wakubuza yini ukuthi ke watshelwa yini izathu sokuboshwa kwakho waphendula ke yena wena wathi yebo.
Akazange ngibuze Nkosi enkantolo.
He never asked me, my lord.
We are now going to page 2 of the document, Mr. Jonas.
Yes, sir.
And it says legal representation, that's the title, and it says the person is further informed of his or her rights as prescribed by Section 35 of the final Constitution, and the first bullet point reads as follows: he was informed of his right to remain silent and warned that anything he says may be held against him in a court of law. Did Colonel Rapadu read this section to you, and did you provide a response thereto?
Okulandelayo ke manje kumayelana ke nommeli wase ngimtshela ke ukuthi unelungelo ngaphansi kwakhe ke usection 35 lokuqala ke elibhaliwe ngamtshela ukuthi unelungelo lokuthi ke angathula angasho lutho ngabe ngisengimexwayisa ukuthi noma yini ayishoyo ingathi isetshenziswe ke enkantolo. Ingabe uKenneth Rapadu wakusho lokhu kuwena ikhona yini impendulo owamnikeza yona?
Cha akazange ngitshela lutho Nkosi enkantolo.
No, he never told me anything, my lord.
Did Colonel Rapadu, you said this interaction did not occur, but I'm asking you in the context of this evidence. Did he tell you that anything that you don't want to say, you've got the right not to answer the questions that he was posing to you?
Wena ke uthi lokhu akaze kwenzeke kodwa ke mina sengikubuzela ke ngaphansi kobufakazi bakhe abethula la enkantolo. ingabe uKenneth Raphato wakutshela yini ukuthi ke unelungelo lokuthi ke ungasho lutho?
Cha Nkosi ngicela akazange angitshela.
No, my lord, he never informed me.
Ukube wangitshela ngaba ngisayinanga nokusayina.
If he had told me, I would not even have signed, my lord.
Ngoba ngisayina ngoba bengishaya.
Because I signed because they assaulted me.
Now, Mr. Ntanzi, in terms of section 35(1)(c), it gives any arrested person the right not to be compelled to make any confession or admission that could be used against him or her in a court of law. Was this explained to you?
Manje ke kunomthetho ke othi ke awuphoqelekile ukuthi ke ube nobushoyo benestatement osenzayo ukugonyuluka lokho okungathi kusetshenziswe ngakuwena ke enkantolo ingaba lokho wakutshelwa yini?
Cha.
Now, paragraph 2, under legal representation, that he has the right to consult with a legal practitioner of his choice, where substantial injustice would result, to be provided with the services of a legal practitioner by the state. And then the Colonel Raphato read this right and explain this right to you, that you've got the right to consult a lawyer of your own choice, and that if you do not have a lawyer, one may be furnished to you at state expense or at the assistance of the Legal Aid Board South Africa.
Nokuthi ke unelungelo lokuthi ke akhulumisane nomaxoxisane ke nommeli oqokwe uyena nokuthi ke uma nokuthi ke engenaye ummeli ukuthi umbuso noma ke illegal aid umbuso uzomlekelela ukuthi ke athole ummeli. Ingabe lelungelo le walitshelwa yini yena uKenneth Raphato?
Cha Nkosi.
No, my lord, never told me.
And did you respond yes by saying that you understand that you've got that right?
Ingabe waphendula ke wena ngokuthi yebo uyalizwa ilungelo lelo?
Cha.
No. Paragraph 3 of the bullet point under legal representation, it says if you are a minor, you've got the right to be supported by next of kin person of your choice. Was this also read to you? I do understand that the major, but he says he read this right as well to you.
Number 3 uthi uma ukuthi umuntu ke osemncane umnyaka
On the 19th, at that area where you said Brigadier Gininda arrived in a white BMW in the company of Sergeant Mukhola, you have testified that you were assaulted by Mabena with a plastic bag used over your head. You remember that evidence?
Ngaphambi kokuthi siqhubeke sibuye nje umuva ke kule ndawo othi kuyona uBrigadier Gininda wafika ehamba ngeBMW emhlophe ehamba nayo uSergeant Mukhola ushilo wathi uMabena washupha ngawo uplastic angithi.
Yebo Nkosi.
Yes my lord.
Is that Mabena only that used the plastic bag on you, or did somebody else use a plastic bag on you?
uMabena kuphela owasebenzisa uplastic wena noma kunomunye umuntu naye owasebenzisa uplastic.
Mabhena Nkosi enkantolo wafaka uplastic ngoba uJonathan wayengeke afike kimi la ekhanda.
It's only Mabena who placed the plastic bag over me because it would Jonathan would not have been able to reach my head.
And beside the plastic bag used to suffocate you, were you assaulted in any other manner?
Ngaphandle ko plastic lona ke owafakwa ikhona nje enye indlela owashaywa ngayo.
Yiwo nje uplastic engangifaka ngawo la ngoba ithosha lapha nakaze bangithoshale ngawo lapha.
It was only the plastic there because I was not tortured there.
Thank you, Mr. Mtasa. Now we were, Mr. Jonas, starting go page 7.1, paragraph 7.1, page 3.
Yes, sir.
And then it, in fact, emanates from the previous paragraph as to whether you were assaulted or threatened by any person in order to influence you to come and make this statement. And then the answer that is noted there is no. And 7.1 says, if so, that means if you were assaulted and threatened, it says by whom were you assaulted and where, when, how, and where did it occur? And then the recorded answer there is N/A.
Lona ke umbuzo u7.1 ulandela la ku7 ngoba ku7 uyabuza ukuthi washaywa wasatshiswa noma kunomuntu owakushaya wakusabisa na ukuthi ke kube nomthelela lokho ukuthi uze la kumina uzokwenza istatement lesi impendulo yathi cha manje ke ku7.1 uthi uma ngabe kunjalo washaywa ubani nini kanjani futhi kwenzeka kuphi lokho umbuzo lo ku7.1 olandela lo impendulo ke lapha yana yabe isithi akwenzekanga.
Nkosi enkantolo kuba wangibuza ngangizosho umuntu engishayiwe Nkosi enkantolo naye futhi wayekhona.
My lord, if he had asked me, I would have told him that I was assaulted and he was present.
And did you answer by saying you must note the response as NA?
Can you repeat that?
Did Mr. Ntanzi respond to Colonel Rapadu at 7.1 with the answer NA?
Ingabe wena ke waphendula noma wanikeza ke impendulo ku Colonel Rapadu ukuthi ke manje wakubhalelo NA okusho ukuthi akukaze kwenzeke.
Cha azange ngimnike Nkosi enkantolo.
No, I never gave him the answer, my lord.
7.2, was this assault reported, and if so, to whom and when? Was this question posed to you, and did you provide the response NA?
Lokushaywa lokhu kwabikwa yini uma ngabe kunjalo kwabikwa kubani nini impendulo ke yathi noma ke ngathi ke ucha noma ke akwenzekanga ingabe ke lo mbuzo wawubuzwa wabe sunikeza ke ngale impendulo.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo azange ngibuze futhi nempendulo akaze ngiphendula ngaphendula.
No, my lord, this question was never asked to me, and I never provided with that answer.
Question 8, were you in any way influenced or encouraged by anyone to make a statement? And the answer that is provided is no. Did Colonel Rapadu ask you whether or not you were influenced or encouraged? And then you responded in the negative.
Ingabe u8 unomuntu owaba nomthelela noma owaqoqozela yini ukuthi wenze istatement lesi impendulo ethi cha ingabe ke uKenneth Rapadu wakubuza lo mbuzo wanikeza ke wena ngale impendulo ethi cha.
Cha azange ngibuze Nkosi enkantolo.
No, he never asked me, my lord.
And did you respond by saying no?
Ingabe waphendula yini wena ngokuthi cha?
Cha aze ngiphendule ngayo.
No, I never responded as such, my lord.
Question 9, have any promises been made to you by any person, and if you should make a statement, have any promises been made to you by any person if you should make a statement? And the response is no.
U9 ke kunomuntu owenza izithembiso kuwena ukuthi ke wenze istatement lesi waphendula ke noma impendulo ebhaliwe ithi cha.
Was this posed to you by Colonel Rapadu, and did you respond in the negative by saying no?
Ingabe umbuzo lona wakubuza wona yini uKenneth Rapadu wase uyaphendula wena uthi cha?
Akazange ngibuze inkosi enkantolo.
He never asked me, my lord.
And then 9.1, it says, if so, what are the promises? And the answer noted is NA.
U9.1 uthi uma ngabe kunjalo yiziphi izithembiso noma kwenziwa ziphi izithembiso, impendulo ke yathi ucha noma ke akukho noma azikho.
Was this question posed to you by Colonel Rapadu, and did you provide the answer NA?
Ingabe umbuzo lona ke uKenneth Rapadu wakubuza wona wase uphendula ke ngale ndlela?
Cha akazange ngibuze inkosi enkantolo.
No, he never asked me, my lord.
9.2, to what extent, if any at all, did these promises lead you to your decision to make a statement? And the answer recorded is NA.
Uma kuukuthi ke ngempela kunjalo ke noma kukhona ke ingabe izithembiso lezi ke zibe namthelela muphi ke okuholele ekuthi uthathe isinqumo sokuthi wenze istatement lesi. Impendulo yathi ke akukho.
Was this question posed to you by Colonel Rapadu, and did you reply with NA?
Ingaba lo mbuzo lona wawubuzwa yini uKenneth Rapadu waphendula ke wena ngale ndlela?
Cha azange ngibuze.
No, he never asked me.
Question 10, do you expect benefits if you make a statement? And the answer is no.
U10 ingabe ulindele inzuzo yini uma ngabe wenza istatement, impendulo cha.
Was this question posed to you, and did you reply in the negative by saying no?
Ingabe wabuzwa ngale ndlela waphendula ke wena wathi cha?
Cha azange ngibuze inkosi enkantolo.
No, I was never asked, my lord.
10.1, if so, what benefits? And the noted response is NA.
U10.1 ubese uthi uma ngabe kunjalo yikuphi ke ukuzuza noma kuzuza kunike impendulo ithi cha noma ke akukho.
Was this posed to you, and did you respond by saying he must note NA?
Ingabe wakubuzwa lokho wasuphendula ke wena ngale ndlela ebhaliwe?
Cha inkosi enkantolo akaze ngibuze.
No, my lord, I was never asked.
10.2, to what extent, if at all, did the fact that you expect benefits influence you to make a statement? And the noted answer is none.
Uthi ke lana ke uma ngabe ke kukanjalo lokho kuthi ke uthenjiswe noma kukhona ke ukuzuza okulindele ukuthi lokho ke kube namthelela muni ekuthini wenze istatement lesi. Impendulo ethi akukho.
Was this question posed to you, and did you respond by saying none?
Ingabe umbuzo lona wawubuzwa waphendula ke wena wathi akukho?
Cha inkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Paragraph 11, have you at any time in the past made a statement, whether orally or in writing, to any person concerning this incident? And the answer is no.
11 ingabe ngaphambilini usuke wasenza yini istatement noma ke kuyinto oyikhulumayo noma ebhalwe phansi komunye umuntu mayela nesehlakalo lesi? Impendulo ithi cha.
Was this question asked of you, and did you say no in your response?
Ingabe umbuzo lona wawubuzwa wasuphendula ke wena ngokuthi cha?
Azange ngibuze inkosi enkantolo.
It was never asked, my lord.
11.1, if so, to whom, when, under what circumstances? And the answer recorded there is NA.
11.1 uthi uma ngabe kunjalo kubani nini nangaphansi kwaziphi izimo impendulo ke ithi akukho.
Was that posed to you, Mr. Ntanzi, and did you say Colonel Rapadu must write NA as your response?
Ingabe wakubuzwa lokuyana uKenel Raphathu wase umtshela wena ke ukuthi ke abhale le mpendulo ke ebhaliwe.
Cha Nkosi enkulu.
No my lord.
11.2, why do you wish to repeat the statement? And the response recorded as well is NA.
11.2 kungani ufisa ukusiphinda istatement impendulo ke ebhaliwe lapha yana ukuthi ke no akukho kanjalo noma ke akukho lokho.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you this question and did you respond in that manner?
Ingabe uKenel Raphathu wakubuza yini lo yambuzo waphendula ngale yandlela?
Cha Nkosi enkulu.
No my lord.
Question 12, were you arrested? And the question recorded is yes.
U12 ingabe waboshwa yini impendulo ebhaliwe uyebo.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you whether or not you were arrested and did you respond by saying yes?
Ingabe uKenel Raphathu wakubuza yini ukuthi uboshiwe wasuphendula ke wena uthi yebo.
Cha akazange ngibuze Nkosi enkulu.
No, he never asked me my lord.
Question 12.1, when were you arrested? And the date given is, what is this date in Tate Jonas? 2020.
Yes.
.06.16.
Yes. Waboshwa nini u12.1 impendulo ke ebhaliwe lapha u2020 0616.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you when you were arrested and did you finish him with the date of your arrest?
Ingabe uKenel Raphathu wakubuza yini ukuthi waboshwa nini wasumnikeza wena idate waboshwa ngayo?
Cha azange ngibuze.
No, he never asked me.
Bani zero bani.
2020. Sorry man, just asking if ubona lo uthune nalapha yana kunokufana indlela awubhala ngayo kunale ndawo engenayo phakathi. But ngiyabona lento show yona. Says he just wanted to make sure whether that was a zero or not.
Okay.
What is it? It's the 12.1 my lord, where it's written when were you arrested, and then there it's written 2020, but the 2 looks like a 0, so he just wanted to be sure whether that's a 2 or a 0. The way it's written, it looks like a 0.
All right. Now, question 13, do you have any injuries? If so, how and when and where? How and when were they sustained? And the answer is no.
U13 ulimele yini uma ngabe kunjalo kanjani futhi ke walimala nini? Impendulo yathi cha.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you whether you had any injuries and where and when they were sustained?
Ingabe uKenel Raphathu wakubuza yini ukuthi wawulimele yini nokuthi ke walimala kanjani walimala nini futhi?
Cha akazange ngibuze.
No, he never asked me.
Now, at the time, Mr. Ntanzi, when you met Colonel Rapadu, you had testified that you were assaulted on the 18th and the 19th. You were booked in at 2:30 at Pretoria North Police Station, and at 4:50 a.m. you were then booked out for the purposes of going to meet him. Firstly, for the purposes of going to Foslo Ras, but then the plan changed that you must first go and meet Colonel Rapadu. Did you have any visible injuries on your person at the time?
Kumfakazi bakho bethuleke ushilo ukuthi ngazi ngazi 18 nazo 19 wawushayiwe wase ubuyiselwa khona ke police station isikhathi kwaku 2:30 entathakusa kwase kuthi ke ngo 4:50 kusho ukuthi ke ngo 10 to 5 entathakusa njalo wazokhishwa ke inhloso yokukhishwa kwakho kwakuukuthi ke uya enkantolo eFosloras kodwa ke lokho akuzange kwenzeke ke kwase kuyashintshwa ukuthi ke awuhambe uyohlangana naye uKenneth Raphato. Manje ke umbuzo ngaso leso sikhathi leso ke uyohlangana naye wawunokulimala okwakubonakala yini okwakubonakala?
Nkosi enkantolo ukulimala kwami kwangabonakala ngoba mangishupha ngoplastic ngeke vele uzungibona ukuthi ngilimele.
My lord, my injuries were not visible because if you place a plastic over me, those that won't be an injury that's visible, or those won't be visible injuries.
Ngoba lapha ezandleni ngeke vele ngihlale ngingavuvukala khona phela mangidluthuza ama hand cover yalemazi ngeke ngihlale ngingavuvukala.
And then on my hands, my lord, there is no way that my hands would not have been swollen because of trying to get loose from, in other words, the handcuffs that were on my hands.
Ngoba mangifaka uplastic nami ngiyazama ukula ukuthi uplastic ugcina udedele na uluze ibalance ukuthi uplastic uphume ekhanda.
Because if you place a plastic over me, I'm also trying to fight it off, my lord. So I am in the in that making some movements in order for you to be able to lose balance and remove the plastic.
Vele ama handcuff ngeke ahlaleka angakuvuvukalisa izandla nala ehlakaleni.
So there is no way that the handcuffs won't make your hands to be swollen as well as your wrists.
Were your wrists swollen at the time you met Colonel Raphato?
Ngabe lana ke emahlakaleni ngaba la wawulimele yini ngalesikhathi ohlangana naye uKenneth Raphato?
Emlayini ama handcuff yayibonakala uma vele ngishawa vele na ukhona kwesinye ukhona la mangishawa nge-19 ukhona la phambi kwami.
He was right there in front of me on the 19th when I was being assaulted.
Futhi akazange angibuze ngokushawa kwami.
And he never asked me about the assault on me.
Now, 13.1, it says the observation to the justice of the peace, and it's related to 13, which talks about injuries. And the observation by the justice of the peace, it says no.
Lana ke ku 13.1 uhambelana naye ke u13 ukuthi ulimele yini. Manje ku 13.1 uyabuza ke ukuthi lo ohlezi naye ke noma ke ohlezi phambi kwakho ke ukuthi khona yini akubona mayela nokulimala. Impendulo ke ithi cha.
Okay. Paragraph, sorry. And did Colonel Raphato request to examine you to see whether or not you had any injuries on your person?
Ingabe uKenneth Raphato wacela yini ukuthi ke akubheke akucheke ke ukubona ukuthi ke kwakhona ukulimala owawunako?
Cha, azange angibheke Nkosi enkantolo.
No, he never checked me.
Paragraph 14, do you object to the presence of any person in or in the immediate vicinity of the office? Sorry, my voice is cutting off. Is that okay? Let me read it again, Mr. Jonas. Paragraph 14, do you object to the presence of any person in or in the immediate vicinity of this office? And your response is a no.
Lana ke u14 uthi ingabe unenkinga yini ngokuba khona ke komuntu noma yimuphi ke umuntu maduze nje nale office leli. Impendulo ke ithi cha.
Firstly, did you meet Colonel Raphato in any office on the 19th of June 2020?
Okokuqala ingabe wahlangana noKenneth Raphato eofisini yini nge-19th ka June 2020?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
And did he ask you whether or not you had an objection that another person be present in that office?
Ingabe wakubuza ke yena Kenneth Raphato ukuthi unganenkinga yini uma ngabe kungakhona ke omunye umuntu kulelo office lelo?
Akazange angibuze ngoba ne-office akazangena kulo.
He never asked me because we never went into an office.
And did you reply in the negative by saying no?
Ingabe wena ke uma uphendula wathi cha?
Akaze ngiphendule nge-answer Nkosi enkantolo.
No, I never provided that answer, my lord.
And then 14.1 also comes from 14th. And the question is, if so, against who and why? And the noted or recorded response is NA.
Bese kuthi ke u14.1 uphuma ke lapha yana ku 14 uma ngabe kunjalo ubanike loyo onenkinga yakhe noma ongaba nenkinga ngaye futhi kungani impendulo ke yabe isithi ke akukho.
Was this communicated or posed to you by Colonel Rapadu, and did you respond by saying he must write NA?
Ingabe ke wakubuza lokhu Kenya Rapadu wabese usithi ke wena umnika ke le mpendulo wena.
Cha Nkosi enkulu.
No my lord.
15.1, sorry, 15, question 15, do you still wish to make a statement? And the response is yes.
U15 usafisa yini kwenza statement impendulo yebo.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you whether or not you still wanted to make a statement, and did you respond in the affirmative by saying yes?
Ingabe wakubuza yini uKenya Rapadu ukuthi usafisa yini kwenza statement waphendula ke wena ngelithi yebo.
Cha kaze ngiphendula afika zangaze ngibuza.
No, I never responded like that my lord, and he never asked me.
15.1, it says, as you are still prepared to make a statement, I'd like to know your source of information regarding the proposed statement you wish to make. And the part that I have, Mr. Jonas, if I recall from my preparation, the response given therein is, I was involved in the crime scene. What does it say there?
I was involved in the crime scene. U15.1 nanjengoba usayimiseleke ukuthi wenze istatement ngifisa ukwazi ke ukuthi ke umthombo ke olwazi lolu onalo ke mayelana ke nestatement lesi. Impendulo ke ithi ngangiyingxenye yako ukulelesa lokho noma ke ubelelesi lobo.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you, now that you've said to him you are still willing to make a statement, to tell him the source of the information that you are about to put in a statement form? And then you replied to him by saying you were involved in the crime scene.
Sorry.
Did he ask you that? And did you respond by saying, and specifically, did you say I was involved in the crime scene?
Ingabe uKenya Rapadu ke buya ke kulombuzo lo ongaphezulu ke ku15 ukuthi usafisa yini ukwenza ke istatement impendulo ebhaliwe ke ithi yebo. Ukuthi nanjengoba usayimiseleke ukwenza istatement ufisa ukwazi ke ukuthi lo lwazi othi unalo ke ukuthi ke luqhamukapi. Nanjengoba usayimisele ukwenza istatement ingabe ke wakubuza yini lokho wabe usuphendula ke ngalendlela ekubhalwe ngayo lana ukuthi ke ngangiyingxenye kuyona ke indawo yesigameko noma ngangiyingxenye ke yabo ubelelesi kuyona indawo yesigameko.
Akazange ngibuze Nkosi enkulu.
He never asked me my lord.
Now, let me put that differently, what is contained in 15.1, and I'm putting it in my own way. Did Colonel Rapadu ask you how you knew the information you wanted to give in the statement?
Angibeke ngalendlela ke noma ngisho ngalendlela ingabe wakubuza yini uKenya Rapadu ukuthi ke ukwazi kanjani ke lokho noma ke ulwazi lolu ke ofisa ukuthi ke lube kulesi statement lesi.
Nkosi enkulu la ikita ngibuza yona. Into engibuza ukuthi nje ngange kuphi kubulawa uSenzo ubani wabulala uSenzo lonto nje ngiphike nokuthi angazi ngithi uma namanje angazi ngithi ubani wabulala uSenzo Nkosi enkulu.
He never asked me my lord. The only thing that he asked me, who killed Senzo, where was I when Senzo was killed, and then I would just deny and say that I know nothing, and that's still my point my lord up until today. Sorry.
Nakhona apha engibuza khona lembuzo le ngangahleli phansi ngangenyawo bengibambile kungidame ngishophiwe.
And my lord, where these questions were being posed to me, I was not seated. I was standing on my feet, and then there was a plastic placed over my head, and they were holding me.
Did you utter those very words, I was involved in the crime scene to Colonel Rapadu?
Ingaba wawasho yini lamagama abhaliwe ke lana ukuthi ke ngangiyingxenye kuyona ke indawo leyo ekwenzeka kuyona ke ubugebengu?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo ngiqala ukuzwa ngakufundiwa lami na ikithi angayikhuluma naye ngendaba zama-crime scene.
No, my lord, I'm hearing it for the first time as it is being read here. There's nothing that I discussed with him or spoke with him about with regards to crime scene.
Ngoba yena umbuzo nje wayengibuza kuphela ukuthi wawukuphi makushona usenzo ukuthi mina azange ngibulala usenzo futhi angikhumbula ukuthi ngakutshela ngangekuba indaba yendaba manje ngekho emsebenzini ngisuke ngesekhaya.
Because the only thing I remember, my lord, him asking me is where I was when Senzo was killed. I said that I can't even recall as to where I was because if I'm not home, I'm at work.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you in any words or in substance? Did you tell, sorry, let me rephrase, Mr. Ndanzi. Did you tell Colonel Rapadu in any words or in substance that you were involved in any crime scene?
Ingabe wena ke wamtshela yini ke uKenel Rapadu noma kungawaphi ke amagama ukuthi wena ke wawuyingxenye la ekwakwenziwa khona ke ubugebengu?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Because here in paragraph 15.1, it only says I was involved in the crime scene. Now I want to take it further. Were you involved in the crime scene that involved the killing of Senzo Meyiwa?
Ngoba lana ke ithi ngangiyingxenye kwindawo la ekwenzeka khona ke indawo yesigameko esobugebengu. Mina ke angikubuze ngalendlela ukuthi wawuyingxenye yini kwindawo la ekwenzeka khona ubugebengu okubulawa kwakhe uSenzo Meyiwa?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Were you involved or present at 13511 Kutlanon Street, Mzamo section, Fosluaras, where Senzo Meyiwa was shot and killed?
Ingabe wawukhona yini 13511 Kutlanong enomzamo section eFosluaras la uSenzo adutshulwa abulawa khona?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Did you participate in any way in the events that led to the killing of Mr. Senzo Meyiwa?
Ingabe wabamba iqhaza yini noma kungayiphi indlela la khona ke ekwabulawa khona uSenzo Meyiwa?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Did you have any involvement whatsoever in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa?
Ingabe wabandakanyeka yini ekubulaweni kwakhe noma kungayiphi indlela uSenzo Meyiwa?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Did you tell Colonel Rapadu in any language, using any words, that you were involved in a place where a crime was committed?
Ingabe washo yini wamtshela yini uKenel Rapadu noma ke ukusho lokho ngaluphi ulimi ukuthi wena ke wawungxenye wawukhona ke la khona ekwakwenzeka noma ekwakwenziwa khona ubugebengu?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you if you were making this statement freely and voluntarily?
Ingabe wakubuza yini uKenel Rapadu ukuthi le statement lesi usenzayo ke usenza ukhululekile kuyinto ephuma kuwena noma ebuya kuwena?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo azange ngibufuthi istatement azange ngisenze mina kuBaba Rapadu.
No, my lord, he never asked me and I never made a statement to Colonel Rapadu.
Now, question 16 says, are you at this moment under the influence of any liquor and or drugs? And the response is no.
Wesikuthi ke u16 ingabe ke ngaso lesikhathi lesi ke uphuzile yini ke utshwala noma usebenzisile yini idakamizwa? Impendulo ke yathi cha.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you whether you had partook of alcohol or ingested drugs, and did you say no?
Ingabe wakubuza yini ke ukuthi uKenel Rapadu ukuthi uphuzile yini utshwala noma usebenzisile yini idakamizwa? Waphendula wena wathi cha.
Azange ngibuze Nkosi enkantolo.
He never asked me, my lord.
And then paragraph 16, it talks about the observation by the justice of the peace. And then since it appears that the deponent 17.1 is in his sound sober senses,
bese athi ke u17 nanjengoba kubukeka ke ukuthi lona ke owenza istatement ke kuyabonakala ke ukuthi ke uphile saka noma ke akukho okumphazamisile.
were you in your sound and sober senses when you allegedly met Colonel Rapadu?
Ingabe wawuphile saka yini inkathi wawuhlangana naye uKolonel Rapadu?
Ngangihlukumezekile Nkosi enkantolo enhliziyweni ngoba ngangingazazi ngiboshwele. Nezinto ababengibuza zona bethi ubani wabulala uSenzo lokhu ngithi anginazi manje namhlanje angazi ukuthi ubani wabulala uSenzo.
I was emotionally, my Lord, I was emotionally not well, not well, my Lord, and also being asked about who had killed Senzo, and up until today, not knowing as to who killed Senzo.
Sorry, my Lord, may I confer with my learned colleague? Thank you, my Lord. Now, 17.2, since you had not been unduly influenced thereto, I understand his rights as prescribed by Section 35 of the final Constitution. Remember at the beginning, Mr. Ntasi, when we talk about rights, there are those rights that I read to you when we first started with your your evidence in chief, which is the right, let me go there because I espouse them differently. Remember those four rights that I read to you: the right to legal representation and against self-incrimination, the right to have your own lawyer or one appointed by you if you don't have financial means, at state expense and at legal aid, board assistance and the like. Those are the rights that you are referring to. Did you understand those rights when you met Colonel Rapadu? And did he explain all of those rights to you? And did you tell him that you do understand them?
Uzokhumbula kungala malungelo ke bengengakushola wona ke ngikubuza ngawo ke ilungelo ke lommeli, ilungelo lokuthi ke ungasho lutho, ukuthi ke uma ngabe ke engekho noma ungenaye ummeli oyiqokelayo wena ukuthi ke ungalekelelwa ke usizwe umbuso. Ingabe ke lawo malungelo lawo ke nkathi ke uhlangene naye uKolonel Rapadu kwakuwa amalungelo owawazi futhi uwaqonda yini?
Cha angikwazi Nkosi enkantolo naye futhi akazange angibuze.
No, I don't know them, my Lord, and he never asked me.
17.3, since you freely and voluntarily wishes to make a statement, he is informed that she may now proceed. After having gone through the pro forma, which is this document with questionnaires, tell Colonel Rapadu that now I want to proceed to make a statement, having been advised of all the rights and asked of all these questions, that I want now to proceed to making a statement.
17.3 nanjengoba ke emisele ukuthi ke ngokhululekile nangokubuya kuyena ke enesifiso sokuthi enze istatimende seyatshelwa ke ukuthi usengaqhubeka ke manje ke emuva kokuthi uKenneth Rapadu esekufundeleke konke okulana kule form esho ke ukuthi ke kwena ke namalungelo ukuthi futhi ke ukutshelile ukufundele ingabe wena ke washo ke ukuthi usewimisele ukuthi ungaqhubeka.
Did you tell him that?
Ngabe wamtshela yini lokho?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
And then paragraph 18, on completing the statement, it is read to the deponent, he is also given the opportunity of reading the statement himself and of changing the statement he or she seems it necessary.
Ku-18 sesiqediwe ke istatement siyafundela ke sifundela loyo osenzile anikezwe futhi ke nethuba lokuthi ke asifunde istatement ayifundele sona nokuthi ke uma kuukuthi ke khona afisa ukuthi ke akushintshe sona istatement la abona kunesidingo khona.
Was the statement, and by the statement now, we mean the totality, the package, which is exhibit HH in total. That is the pro forma and the alleged statement that you gave to Colonel Rapad. Was that statement, or in fact, was that document read back to you?
Seqediwe ke manje ke sisho ke manje istatement amaphepha lana ke sesiwafundile ke manje ngabe ke seqediwe konke wakufundelwa yini lokho?
Ayikho into engafundela la Nkosi enkantolo lapho.
Nothing was read back to me there, my lord.
Mina mangiqeda ukusayina bengiyathela isimono ngafaka ama handcuff ngangena emotweni ngohanjiwa.
When I was done with placing my signature, my lord, putting my thumbprints, the handcuffs were put back and I was placed in the vehicle and we left.
Did Colonel Rapadu give you exhibit HH, the pro forma, plus the statement that you allegedly made for you to read yourself?
Ingabe ke uKenneth Rapadu wakunikeza ke amaphepha lana ke ekuwona ke uphelele exhibit HH ukuthi ke uyifundele wena?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
And were you told by Colonel Rapadu that if you look at exhibit HH in total, if there are any changes that you wish to make, you can make them?
Ingabe watshela yini ke uyena uKenneth Rapadu ukuthi ke uma ubuka ke onke lawo maphepha lawo yana ke sikhuluma ngayo exhibit HH uma kuukuthi kukhona ke ofisa ukuthi ukushintshe usungakwenza lokho?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo.
No, my lord.
Did you make any alterations to any part of exhibit HH?
Kukhona owakushintsha wena ke kumaphepha lana ke ekuwena exhibit HH? Ikhona into owayishintsha?
Ayikho into engashintsha ayikho into engangifundela futhi azange ngibhale statement ayikho into yaphuma emlonyeni wami ngithi ibhala ukuthi.
There's nothing that I changed and I also never made a statement. Nothing was read to me. And there's also nothing that I uttered with my mouth, my lord.
18.1, note down whether he also reads through the statement and it says yes.
18.1 uthi ke bhala phansi uma kuukuthi ke usifundile istatement impendulo yebo.
Were you given a statement to read, and did you confirm by saying that, by saying yes, that you have indeed read that statement?
Ingabe wasinikezwa yini statement ukuthi usifunde futhi ke ingabe waphendula ke wathi yebo uma ke kukona lokho?
Cha akaze ngibuze lo muntu azange ngiphendule ngependulo.
No, that I was never asked and I never provided such an answer, my lord.
Question 19, the following questions are now put to the deponent. 19.1, are you satisfied that which you stated has been noted down correctly? And the response is yes.
19.1 Uqinisekile yini ukuthi lokho kubhaliwe phansi kubhalwe kahle? Impendulo yebo.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you after he allegedly says you were given the statement to read, it was read back to you, you were given an opportunity to make alterations, did he then ask you whether you were satisfied that that statement has been correctly taken down?
Ingabe ke uKolonel Rapadu tshiloko ukuthi ke wasinikezwa ke istatement ukuthi usifunde wasifundelwa ke istatement leso wakubuza ke ukuthi ke weneme yini noma uqinisekile yini yiloko okubhalwe phansi nokuthi kubhalwe kahle yini.
Did he ask you that, and did you respond by confirming that indeed you were satisfied that it was noted down correctly?
Ingabe wakubuza ke yena lokho waphendula ke wena wathi impela ke uqinisekile?
Akazangibuza Nkosi enkulu.
No, you never asked me, my lord.
And paragraph 19.2, do you have any complaints as to the manner in which I took down this statement, and the response is no?
Bese kuthi ke u19.2 ingabe nako yini khona yini ukhonondo nako mayelana ke nendlela engithe ngathatha ngayo le statement impendulo yathi cha.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you whether or not you had a complaint as to how Colonel Rapadu took a statement, and did you respond in the negative by saying no?
Ingabe wakubuza yini uKolonel Rapadu ukuthi khona yini ukhononda onako mayelana nendlela awathatha ngayo noma awabhala ngayo istatement waphendula ke wena wathi cha?
Akazangibuza Nkosi enkulu.
He never asked me, my lord.
And then paragraph 19.3, are you satisfied with the interpreter? And the response noted is yes.
U19.3 uqinisekile yini utolika impendulo ithi yebo.
Did Colonel Rapadu ask you whether you were satisfied as to how the document was interpreted, and then you confirmed by saying yes?
Ingabe wakubuza yini uKolonel Rapadu ukuthi wawuqinisekile yini indlela ke idocument lena noma ke amaphepha lana atolikwa noma ahunyishwa ngayo waphendula wena wathi yebo.
Akazangibuza Nkosi enkulu.
He never asked me, my lord.
And it notes on page 5 that the taking down or the meeting with Colonel Rapadu took place down at Morocco. The date is 2020-06-19, and the time denoted there is 11:47.
Iyasho ke lana indawo la ekwenzeka khona ke lokhu kubhaliwe iMorocco, idate 2020-06-19, isikhathi 11:47.
Were you at Morocco on the 19th of June 2020? Did you arrive at Morocco at 7:30, interacted with Colonel Rapadu until 11:47?
Ingabe ngazo i19 zika June 2020 wawuse Morocco yini wafika lapho ngo7:30 isikhathi wabe usuhlangana naye ke Colonel Rapadu kwaze washaya u11:47.
Nkosi enkulu yebo ngiyile police station eMorocco.
My lord, yes, I did go to the police station in Morocco,
Kodwa ubaba uRapata ngimbonanga eksena, ngimbone late ntambama.
but I did not see Colonel Rapadu in the morning. I saw him late afternoon.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ntanzi, let's go back to the first page, Mr. Jonas, please. Now, I see on the left-hand side of the document, there are, because my document is faded, there are what looks like marks, signatures, and the like, and what look also like a thumbprint. Do you see that?
Uma ubuka lana ke kwisandla sakho sokunxeleke kunama marks, kunama signature, kuneyithupha futhi uyakubona lokho?
Yebo Nkosi enkulu.
Yes, my lord.
You've testified earlier on that at that place where you met, where there were ATMs, you were told to sign a document and something you used your hands to measure was produced and you were made to thumbprint a document using, I'm not sure whether it's the ink or whatever, that you said it was used to thumbprint the document. Remember that?
Ukhumbula ke usho ukuthi kule yandawo ke le othi wahlangana kuyona ke naye uKenya Rapadu wasayindiswa ke lapho kunalento futhi eyakhishwa ke la afaka khona ke ithupha wase ubekiswa sona ke isithupha. Uyakhumbula?
Yeah, Nkosi.
Yes, my lord.
Do you recall affixing your thumbprint on the left-hand side as in this exhibit HH at that locality?
Kule yandawo leyana ingabe uyakhumbula yini ubeka isithupha sakho njengoba sibekiwe lana kuleli phepha leli ke la kwisandla sokunxele.
Nkosi enkantolo nganyathela na lento lebabetha ngenyathele ngabeka umunwe labetha ngibeke khona umunwe.
My lord, indeed I placed my thumbprint on that ink or pad, that whatever it is that they gave me, and I placed it where I was instructed to.
And also you've testified that you signed the document. Amongst the marks that are there on the left-hand side, do you see them?
Ushilo nokuthi wasayinda ke uyabona la ku left la. Yes.
Can you see what is your signature?
Eyakho isignature la uyayibona?
Yeah, ngiyabona.
Yes, I see it.
Which one is that? Because I can't see from my
Yiphi?
document.
Yeah.
The one right at the witness is pointing at the one right at the bottom, my lord. There's the one at top, there's the second one, there's a thumbprint, and just underneath the thumbprint, the one.
And Mr. Ntanzi,
Yeah,
why?
yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Jones.
It's pointing that one.
Yeah, noted. Thank you. Why did you affix the thumbprint on this document?
Kwakungani ubeke isithupha kulama phepha?
Mase ngifuna ukuphumula Nkosi enkantolo sengikhathele ukushaya.
I wanted to rest, my lord. I was tired of being assaulted
Ngoba kwakuthiwa ngahlonipha amaphoyisa amakhulu.
because it was alleged that I do not respect senior police officers,
Ngoba ngase ngimukela ngithi okunye nokunye abafuna ukwenza bakwenza.
because I had accepted that whatever it is that they wanted to do, let them do it.
But the question is this: did you place or affix this thumbprint of your own free will and volition?
Umbuzo ke yilona. Beka kwakho isithupha laphayana wakwenza lokho kungokuyithandela kubuya kuwena.
Cha.
No.
And who, by the way, told you to affix the thumbprint there?
Ubani owakutshela ukuthi ubeke isithupha laphaya?
Obaba laphatha ethi ngibeke umunwe la ngisayinela.
It was Colonel Rapadu who was instructing me to place the thumbprint here and to sign here.
And why did you affix your signature on
Ngempela
the...
eseduze
Sorry.
angisize ngithi beka la yenza so.
And Mabena, who was close by, who would then assist me and say, place here, do like this.
Okay. And why did you affix your signature on the document?
Kwangani ke usayinde document then?
Angazi Nkosi enkantolo.
I don't know, my lord.
Did you understand the contents of the questionnaire, that is the pro forma, and the statement that Colonel Rapadu allegedly says was made by you?
Ingaba lokhu okwakubhaliwe kwistatement lesi uKolonel Rapatu athi senziwa uwena kanye ke futhi nalamaphepha la besiqeda wafunda ke manje. Lokho kwakubhaliwe kuona ke wawukuzwisisa uqonda yini?
Angaze ngifundele Nkosi enkantolo.
It was never read back to me, my lord,
Ngoba ngisho igama lami akazange angibuze ngoba i-ID yami wayephethe nesandleni.
because he never even asked for my name because he had my ID in his hand.
And now at the bottom of page 1, on the left-hand side, I see a thumbprint, I see another mark In the middle, I see a mark also on the right-hand side. Do you see those?
Uyabona la?
Yeah,
La.
yeah.
Yes, my lord.
And you also said you affixed the thumbprint. Is that also, would that be your thumbprint on the left-hand side?
Nalesi sithupha esakho.
Ngizosho njalo Nkosi kodwa ngithi yena phela babe ngiyathelisa bethi ngiyathela kuyiwa bathi ngiyathela la ngangakount ukuthi ngiyathela kuphi na kuphi.
Yes, I would say so, my lord, because they are the ones who would tell me that place here, and I would not count as to where was I exactly placing.
And there's also marks there. You've testified that you appended your signature on a document. Can you identify what would be your signature on the bottom of page 1?
Lana ke ungasho ukuthi yipi i-signature yakho?
Ya ngasho ukuthi iyo le
La ezansi silapha nje.
ngasho ukuthi iyo nalo yize ngabonakala kahle kodwa iyo.
Although it's not clear, the witness pointing to the second one, the one just after the thumbprint.
Yeah, it's not, for me, it's not even clearly legible, but it's fine. Page 2, similarly, Mr. Ntanzi, in fact, we can go through all of this. Can we go through page 2 to page 5? Sorry, to page 6.
Sizokwenza njalo ke kuona wonke ke lama page lana ke uzosho ke uzokhomba ke la ubona.
And specifically regarding signatures, look at all the signatures from page 2 to page 6 and confirm whether or not those are your signatures.
Ngicela ke ubuke wonke lama page usho ke i-signature ubuya lapho uyofika ke page 6.
Ngikhuluma noma ngibuka kuqala bese
Qala ubuke kuqala and then uzobeka emva kwalokho usuwaqinisekisa ke. Maqala ubuke kuqala.
yeah.
Yes, it is.
So you are confirming that those are your signatures.
Uyaqinisekisa ukuthi ke when wasayinda lapha.
Yebo Nkosi Ntanzi.
Yes, my lord.
Now, when you appended those signatures on this document, did anyone explain to you the legal consequences of affixing your signature on a legal document?
Uma usayinda ke kwi-page ngayodwa ke lana ingabe ukhona yini umuntu owakuchazela ke ukuthi ke lokho kunamthelela muni ke ngokwezomthetho ukuthi ke yini imphumela waloko okwenzayo ngokuthi ke usayindeke iphepha elisemthethweni?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo akekho wangichazela.
No, my lord, no one explained to me.
And especially pertaining to the pages of the statement itself, did anyone tell you that by signing the statement, you are then confirming the correctness of that statement?
Ikakhulukazi ke i-statement uqobo ukuthi ke ngabe watshelwa yini ukuthi manje uma ngabe ususayinda ke la khona bathi i-statement khona yiloko wakusho ukuthi ke kusho ukuthini lo noma uyaqinisekisa noma amagama uqinisekisa lokho okubhaliwe lapha yana ukuthi ke uyahambisana nako?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo akaze bangitshela.
No, my lord, they never told me.
Did you affix the signatures on the questionnaire and on the statement of your own free will and volition?
Ukusayinda kwakho la kula amaphepha la aphambi kwakho ne-statement lesiyana la ebhalwe khona kuthiwa uwena uwenza i-statement lesiyana, ingaba lokho uma ngabe ukwenza usayinda lapha yana wakwenza lokho kubuya kuwena nangokuyithandela?
Cha Nkosi enkantolo ngikwenzanga ngoba kubuya mina.
No, my lord, it was not out of my own free will.
And Mr. Ntanzi as well, look at from page 2 to page 6, and also look at the pages of the statement itself, whether there are initials, and confirm whether or not those initials are yours.
We don't have the statement.
You don't have the statement, sorry. No, they only confirm on the statement whether there are initials and signatures that are his.
sicela-ke ubuke nala nanjengoba kwenzileke lana bekuthi-ke kunama-initials nama-signatures angawakho ungabuka ama-page onke.
Yebo, Nkosi enkantolo, iyona sir.
Yes, my lord, it is my signature.
By confirming that that is your signature, did you confirm that by appending your signature, your thumbprint, and your initials on that document, that that document reflects the true nature of what you related to Colonel Rapad?
Ngokuthi usayindeke lana ipage ngayodwa beke ama-initials wakho isithupha, ingabe ngokwenza lokho kwakuqinisekisa yini ngakuhlangothi lwakho ukuthi okubhaliwe lana ngempela yikona lokhu owakutshela uKolonel Rapadu?
Nkosi enkantolo, ayikho into engakhona kwakuRaphato okokuqala.
Firstly, my lord, there's nothing that I spoke to Colonel Rapadu.
Nokusayina kwami nokubeka umuntu angizezelanga ngoba ngithanda ngenhliziyo yami.
Even appending my signature as well as the thumbprint, it was not out of my own free volition, my lord.
Ngase ngizama ukuzilamulela kule mpilo engangikuyo.
I was just trying to defend myself from that which I was experiencing, my lord.
Okay. Mr. Jonathan, let's go back to the pro forma. I'm not sure. Is it on page 6? Now, it talks about the observation of the justice of the peace with regard to the deponent. And the first observation pertains to clothing. And it says that clean blue jeans and Impala platinum lumber.
Oh, sorry, ours goes to up to page 5.
Up to page 5, Ken. Okay, sorry, Dr. Jonas, let me try and look. Do you have what? Okay, thank you so much.
Lana-ke kubhalwa-ke ukuthi lo ubaba-ke njengoba uhlezi naye-ke ukuthi yini-ke ayibona mangabe kubuka ukuthi-ke wawuhlanzekile-ke i-jean noma-ke wawuclean, i-jean eyayi-blue ngombala kanye futhi-ke ne-platinum i-jacketic noma-ke ilamba yase-platinum impala.
Okay. Were you wearing the clothes as described in this form, Mr. Ntanzi?
Wawugqoke kona lokhu njengoba kubhaliwe la?
Wangibona vele ngangigqoke umjacket yayibhaliwe.
Yes, he saw me. I was wearing that because the jacket was written here.
Okay. And then with regard to the clothes, is this the accurate reflection of the clothes that you were wearing, that you were wearing blue jeans and Impala platinum lumber?
Ngalendlela nje ekubhalwe ngayo lana-ke kuthi-ke wafake ama-jean a-blue kanye futhi-ke nayo-ke i-jacketic noma-ke ilamba yase-Impala platinum.
Yebo, ngangigqoke ijini ehlaza, Nkosi enkantolo, erere.
Yes, I was wearing a blue relay jeans, my lord.
Iskipa singaphansi leseFabiani, ijacket engaphezulu eyimpala enkampani.
The Fabiani t-shirt was underneath, and then on top it was the company Impala platinum jacket.
Now, Mr. Ntanzi, when you met Colonel Rapadu on the 19th of June 2020, were you wearing the same clothes you were wearing as of the date of your arrest on the 16th of June 2020?
Uma wahlangana naye-ke uKolonel Rapadu ngazo i-19 zika June 2020 wawusagqoke kona lokho wawugqokile ngazo i-16 zika June 2020 uma uboshwa.
Yebo, Nkosi enkantolo, ngangakayitholi impahla zokushintsha ngaleso sikhathi.
Yes, my lord, at that stage or at that time I had not yet received clothing for me to be able to change, my lord.
Now, Colonel Rapadu notes here that you were clean, and then he describes the clothes that you were wearing. Is that an accurate observation?
Ngokuka Colonel Rapadu ke yena ke uthi nje ay wawuclean nje ingabe wakubuka kahle wakubheka kahle uthi nje wawuclean.
akakhulumi lona iqiniso Nkosi enkantolo.
He's not telling the truth, my lord.
And at the time you met Colonel Rapadu, did you have toiletries, that is, did you have a soap, a toothpaste or a toothbrush?
Ngalesi sikhathi ohlangana naye uColonel Rapadu wawunayo yini insipho yokugeza ukuqhupha amazinyo that is now i-toothbrush kanye futhi nayo ke i-Colgate.
Cha Nkosi enkantolo ngangena nesi. Into zokugeza ngaqala ukuyithola esikhathi ngidibana noButhelezi eRustenburg.
No, my lord, I had nothing on me. The first time I managed to get a toiletries was when I met Buthelezi
Buthelezi.
in Rustenburg.
And number two, with respect to appearance, he says you were calm and responsive.
Okwesibili ke ngokwendlela ke athi yena ke wayekubona ngayo ke yena uColonel Rapadu mamagama ke uma echaza lana ke kuthiwa umuntu nje cha owaye ngatatazeli ke futhi nokuthi nje wawukhuluma naye noma wawuxoxa ke naye ngamagama wawu kuloko ayekusho ke nawe ke wawuphendula.
Cha iphutha Nkosi enkantolo. Akakhulumi lona iqiniso.
No, my lord, that's a mistake. He is not telling the truth.
What was your demeanor and your emotional state when you met Colonel Rapadu on the 19th of June 2020?
Isimo sakho sasi kanjani uma uhlangana naye uColonel Rapadu ngazo i-19 zika June 2020 noma ngokwasemoyeni nje isimo sakho nangokwasemoyeni wawukanjani?
Nkosi enkantolo ngasho umuntu ngangekho right ngoba okokuqala angigezi.
My lord, I would say that I was not okay because firstly I wasn't taking a bath.
Okwesibili angazi ukuthi ngo.
Secondly, my whereabouts were unknown. Yeah,
Okwesithathu ngapha ngiyashawa ngiyahlukumezeka.
on the other hand, I was being ill-treated and being assaulted.
Manje ngangekho kahle enhlizweni yami ngoba namanje angikho right kwangiphambi kwecourt.
So emotionally, I wasn't well, just as I am not well now, my lord, as I'm before the court.
And when Colonel Rapadu records that you were responsive, what do you understand by the term responsive?
Uma ke ebhalile ngalendlela abhale ngayo lana ke uColonel Rapadu ukuthi ke ekuxoxisaneni kwakhe nawe wawungasiyena ke umuntu owaye ngaphenduli noma ke wawungathuli ukusho ukuthi uma ngabe wayikhuluma nawe wawukhuluma futhi naye.
Nkosi enkantolo ayikho into engayixoxa naye.
There is nothing, my lord, that I engaged him on.
Futhi azange ngihlale phansi nje kuthiwa siyaxoxa. Azange.
And I never sat down for it to be said that there was an engagement between the two of us or there was a discussion between the two of us.
Manje leta ayibhalela ungikhulumela into engasiyona.
Now that which he wrote here, my lord, he is saying something which is not true, my lord.
And lastly, with respect to your attitude, he says you were good and you were at ease.
Ekugcineni ke uma esebhala ngawe ke nje isimo sakho wena ke nje uthi nje wawukahle futhi ke nje wawukhululekile.
Ngiyamangala Nkosi enkantolo ngoba akazange angibuze mina lembuza lento ayibhale phansi.
I'm surprised, my lord, because he never asked me these things that he recorded here.
Ukube mhlambe wangibuza ngabe ngithi hayi ubhale khona azange into sasayikhuluma ngezinto zokubhala phansi na wangibuza kuphethe wawukuphi mbani wabulala uSenzo wawukuphi makushona uSenzo yonke into abebhizi ngalezo yonke lebhalela azange bangibuze Nkosi enkantolo.
If it was that we engaged, my lord, then I would have been able to say or to confirm that indeed what he wrote here is what I told him. There's nothing that he wrote here that the two of us spoke about. The only thing that he asked me as to who killed Senzo, where was I when Senzo was killed.
Okay, Mr. Ntanzi, that's how far I want to take it because tomorrow I want to start on a different topic. My Lord, may I, with the greatest of respect, ask that we adjourn now. Fatigue is setting in, my Lord, so that we are rejuvenated tomorrow.
Yes, any objections?
No objections.
The other gentlemen and lady are quiet. They didn't hear me, obviously. Yeah, we shall.
Sasa,